announcements?
Better find out. Better find out real fast.
Hello.
Good evening, folks. Good morning, good afternoon, good night, wherever you are. Welcome to episode ? Of Thrayne. Thank you for bearing with us.
It's 6. It is episode 6. I'm sorry for the notifications that stated this is episode 5. This is, in fact, episode 6. I have fat fingers.
The DM didn't know, so it's kind of whatever. Welcome, and thank you for bearing with us last week as the renovation efforts in my office took a catastrophic turn, as I am now down in the basement for one more week. And then I'll have a pretty nice office to be back up plotting their doom in.
But how appropriate that the dungeon master lives in his murder basement. That's fine.
In his murder dungeon, it's fine. This is fine.
He's actually sleeping on the weight. Yeah, he's actually sleeping on the weight press.
Yeah, back there on the bench. So tonight we are airing a little off schedule our episode of Thrayne, and then we will return next week back on our regular bi-weekly schedule with another episode, figuring out what the heck is going on. So there will be no episode of Shooting the Crit coming up next week on what day is that? The 27th.
Yep.
With I think we're still trying to sort out the schedule for the next Breakfast and Dragons.
So the next one
it's Monday the 26th at 7 p.m.
Right.
Eastern Standard Time.
Clearly, I'm on top of things.
Don't worry, I pulled up my DM announcements just in case I get you.
Thanks, Boo. So next week, Monday the 26th, is a off schedule of Breakfast and Dragons, as several of us will be out of town or unavailable for May 1st. And then the 27th, once again, 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, unleash the hounds of war.
Sorry. It's been lovingly called Brenner and Dragons.
Yes, Brenner and Dragons. Instead of Breakfast and Dragons.
And for anyone that would normally catch it on Saturday morning with us, we will rerun it as a rerun then. So do not worry, it will still be around. And you can catch it on VOD anytime you want to anyway. But you'll get the same notification on Saturday morning that you always would.
Whoop, whoop.
Nice.
And with all of that being said, I think it is time for us to venture into our beautiful, fully animated trailer. And okay, great trailer, guys.
Whew, so good.
Man,
I love that one.
The music was riveting.
So I'm glad we paid so much money for that.
Yeah, we got what we paid for. So, after an interesting outing into a hole in the ground, discovering that there was, in fact, a deeper hole in the ground that ventured further into the earth of worked stone, releasing that same blue-teal mist that kind of hovers over the valley, creating those aurora effects in the moonlight. You made your way back to town and informed a few folks that the gentleman that was living in the caved-in cabin, Edwin, was no longer with us due to his mishap. And working your way back up to, it's been 3 weeks, to the lightened bed you're in. Spent the evening enjoying ourselves, relaxing, Mistlethar, performing as per usual, and I almost called you by your real name, Reese, discovering a new friend that has been following you for a little while now, a couple of days anyway.
Yes.
And
so,
go ahead.
Are we picking up from there?
Yeah. So we're going to be picking up in the morning.
Okay. Selu has dreams of being raided by 36 people from Check These Out as they have joined us in stream today. Hi, welcome, thanks, and enjoy the story.
Indeed. So the sounds of morning greet you all as you are resting in your room in the lightened bed. There's a bit of excitement in the air as today the Festival of Skiman Lights begins. This evening will be the first night of the full moon cycle of Nihus, the second of our 2 moons here on Thrayne. And with it comes the full spectacular view of the auroras above the valley. And there has been talk of a sword tournament and an archery competition and various other activities throughout the levels. You've seen over the past few days folks setting up their booths and wares and met a few of the vendors that come in from out of town. And as you rise in the morning, one by one, the day is yours.
So Reese probably planned to wake up first and explain to everyone the new creature, but he's not a morning person, so he's still asleep.
Okay. And how did your friend spend the evening?
So are they substantial enough to have nice, like, fluffy fur and like?
They are a real thing.
Then we are absolutely
otherwise
huddled up. We are absolutely
all
like
right.
Just dog in face.
Wonderful.
Huddled.
So, Mist, being a full of energy and excitable individual yourself, you find yourself waking.
So Mist had a really rough day the previous day, having almost come to the brink of death before being caught by these butterflies from Reese and brought back. And he, going into his sleep, he was trying to process just everything that he's been doing about life and whatnot. And that idea that he hasn't really been able to study magic, but he has this concept of you have to think of something that you like and then make it into something you want. And he just is kind of like thrashing around, almost struggling with this concept, very restless throughout the night. And just before waking, there's almost a soothing pressure on his hair, almost like someone running their fingers through it, as like an invisible hand, kind of soothing him and patting him to put him at ease as he gently wakes up, kind of stretches and is almost restful even after a restless night. As he wanted really badly to be comforted after near death, and somehow he was.
Woo-woo.
And with that popping up, it is the day of Father's fullness. You will be in full view. Wake up! Wake up! Wake up! And he will like bounce around to each bed until he gets to Reese's. Wait! Oh! Everybody else, wake up! And he'll like wave people over.
So who throws the pillow?
Uncharacteristically, Selu is knocked, just out cold. Does not seem reacting to anything despite their normal up and at 'em, go get 'em morning attitude that they have had every other day that you all have known them.
I'm kind of torn because Juve's really a up in the morning person, like meditate. So what time would you have come in with this animal, Reese? Or
I imagine it would have been late at night, like closer to midnight. He would have like snuck back in with it, like in his hoodie.
Okay, so would you be like snoodled up with it right now, or?
Yeah, and so like I imagine as soon as Mist comes over and is like beckoning people, I imagine the fox head pops up and looks dead at him.
I think Jubei would have not acknowledged it, but then went to do his morning meditations of, oh, more magic or something. Okay,
Great.
This is fine.
this is
This
okay.
is fine.
This is okay.
So is Jubei just rising and leaving the room pretty immediately?
Jubei would wake up and go down to the little spot that he's been noticing by the black tree right outside the inn, and meditate for a few hours in the morning.
Okay. All right. Kai, you find yourself shoved awake by a very excited Mistlethar.
Yeah, so I probably startle awake, and I'm trying to figure out the best way to describe this. You see, Mist, if you're paying any attention to waking me up, you see me like look around the room, but not directly at any of you guys. It's almost as if I'm like looking at other people in the room, and then I put like a hand over my eyes, and I shake my head, and then I just kind of like look directly at you. I'm like, the bouncing, why?
The sun is up, and so should you be.
Yeah, okay. I'm awake.
I thought he liked the moon.
Just not a morning party.
No.
Party of night owls. Mist, make a perception check for me as you are bouncing around the room excitedly.
That is a 12 plus 2 for 14.
Somehow, and you're not sure how Selu could have managed this, but as you bounce by Selu and they are asleep, there are half a dozen flowers. Like, it's as if they laid their head down on a bouquet of flowers.
Getting a little extra, Selu.
Yeah, whoa. I love it.
Why did we not all get those pillows?
They went to Coachella.
Reese just like pops up and he's got like the hair like wild. What are we
Selu
doing?
like rolls the other direction. What pillows? And just like continues to sleep.
Wonderful.
Kai, look at these. Selu has a pretty pillow, and Reese has a fox.
And as Selu rolls to one side, I almost said feathers. The flowers just are left behind.
Actually, if I may, because this actually plays into exactly what I had in mind, which is hilarious because we did not talk about this. As Selu rolls to the side, the pillow, like without a hand touching it, the pillow actually rolls with them, like as if like plastered to the back of their head.
Perfect.
Kai,
That might be a problem.
Kai under his breath is like, I can't bring the horse inside, but bring the fox. Okay.
Look, I wouldn't. Look. I just like hold it up and
Two
it
things.
like long cats, and I'm like, but look how cute it is.
And so holding up, it is this almost pure down white fox. Miniature for what you would expect a normal fox-sized creature to be, somewhere between a large cat and a medium-sized dog. And the front left paw has this like dark gray slash across it that looks like a recently healed wound in the skin where the fur is missing.
But like, I mean, it's so much cuter.
And it looks at you all, and my headphones are going to lose it here, but it does the whistling sound.
Oh yes.
Wasn't that bad.
And I just like plop her down on the bed and let her do what she will.
You pedals.
This is very cute. Does she have a name? Does it have a name? Does he have a name?
Well, it's a bit of a difficult thing to explain. She kind of like just... I asked a name and it was a feeling last night that was happily dancing in a full moon's light.
That's a bit of a mouthful.
Oh, I know this feeling.
I agree.
Oh, her name is Coachella.
I was waiting for something like that.
It's a bit of a mouthful, so I was thinking about a much shorter name. I'll think of something.
That is a lackluster name.
The creature's
I'm
name,
going downstairs, and I just continue bouncing.
the
So
creature's name is very important.
as you get to the door, there's a knock.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, quick, hide your fox. And
I throw like my cloak over the box.
Don't fox this up.
Get the fox out of here.
And at the do you answer the door?
Yes.
At the door, there is a very flustered Clover, the half-orc proprietor of the establishment. There's a gentleman here who wanted to speak with you for a moment. Sir Misselthar, I suppose? Additionally, you always ask for it, so here you go. And she hands you a pot of dark bean water.
Well, my friends love the hot bean water.
Reese perks up immediately. What? Where?
Just the smell. The smell gets Reese
The
going.
smell. The smell.
And these person, did he ask for me by name, or did he want to speak to all of us?
Actually, just wish to speak with you.
Oh. Okay, enjoy your hot bean juice. And I set it down and
Well, thank you, but okay.
Selu like starts to stir, rolls back. Did they bring any juice?
It's just a bit of the bean one. The bean water.
No. Fine. And Selu will sit up out of bed, and like the pillow is there momentarily, and then it falls away. And as it does, the flowers and what looks to be like vines that were entangled in their hair pull down, and a lot of the braiding and whatnot has come undone through the night, and it has fallen into more of just a loose cascade of hair down their back as they sit up and groggily look about. Good
I'll go
morning.
and sit with you and bring the bean water over.
Selu, do you often grow plants in your bed?
And like looks down at the bed. That's never happened inside before.
I've never
I
seen
swear
anything
this
like
never
this.
happens.
And so, Kai, you've been traveling with Selu for a little while now. And you look at Selu, and as they groggily open their eyes, whereas before there were some flecks of color against the background of their eye, now they're vibrant green, almost pale and stark, very striking.
Is that different from were they a
Yes.
different color?
They were green before, but they're much deeper, like a more
Verdant.
vibrant. Yeah, verdant
Okay.
is a
Okay.
great way of putting that. And there's almost just an inexplicable pull to them. Like, have you ever met somebody that you can't explain why you are drawn to this person, but you are, and you just
like Gabe.
kind of want to talk to them? Like, you cannot give any explanation to it. It's just that feeling, like you just gravitate towards them. Like there's a thing
But I already had that feeling.
there. Well,
Ooh. Ooh.
fair. So maybe others would notice it a little more than Kai, because Kai
No,
already felt that way.
Perfect.
But you get what I'm saying, though, right? Like
Yeah, absolutely.
there's just that slight tinge of something.
So Kai is looking like he's not going to say anything about it directly unless you ask him about it, but he's looking like very intently into your eyes, like kind of like scrutinizing your face. Like pretty awkwardly.
Kai's pretty awkward anyway.
So-
He's not
Least
doing
uncomfortable.
it to like he's not doing it to hide. He's not trying to hide it at all that this is happening. He's just like
Reese gets uncomfortable just noticing this.
Yeah.
So like Selu like looks down and then looks back at Kai. And, did all the vines come out? Are they gone? Did I get them out?
I just pick some out.
Thank you.
there's still some, yeah. And your Well, your eyes
Pretty
look
neat
different.
trick.
What?
I'm going to pause you there for a moment.
Sure.
Bill, sitting outside, and
Who's Bill?
you're right. Thank you. It's been one of those weeks, guys.
Who is that?
Jubei, sitting outside and watching the town begin to come alive. Roll a perception check for me.
Oh boy.
18.
Okay. From where you're seated, back to the step, the level you're on, and looking out over the valley as you have in the past, from that kneeling position, you can see on the level below you, you can see very clearly from here where the archery range is set up, and there are already archers out there warming up. There is already a pair of swords people dueling, and we're practicing. And you can see the intent. Before, it was kind of this mingled mash of okay, there's a festival here and there's stuff to do, and now you can see very clearly in this morning that there are these events being set up. There's a podium with a circle of chairs around it. There is that central circle in the square, the large stone circle around the town square that looks like a dueling ring of sorts. That there are stools and ropes being set up around it now. It is, the events are coming alive very, very quickly. There are folks coming and going throughout the step behind you, but nothing else in particular catches your eye. And just you see the enlivening going around you.
Okay.
Is there anything in particular you wish to do while you were out meditating?
Now that I'm by myself, yeah, I will head to the stables.
Okay.
Checking on the pony Mystic, checking on our cart, see how Navara is doing.
As you round the back of the stable, the large gates to the back courtyard area are open. Mystic is there in one of the stalls, a few hands moving around, and standing in front of Navara, kind of head down, and Navara's head leaned down and almost like nuzzling, is the person you saw traveling with Navara on the road the previous day.
One of the stable hands.
Went by the name Vizila. Yes.
They seem to be busy communing with the horse. So I will check in on Mystic, making sure our pot-bellied little pony is getting attention as well.
Yeah. Mystic seems quite pleased to see you and a little impetuous as always, but in good care. And the young man that you saw your companion Kai intimidate, and he didn't threaten to kill the young man. He threatened that the horse would kill the young man. Important detail is staying wide away from where Navara is stabled. Not going anywhere near her. But your cart is there. None of the rough, like your tents and things, are undisturbed. Nothing else in particular of note.
Okay. So, walk up to, you've said their name and I've already forgot because I'm that bad.
Vizila.
Vizila. Fitting for Jubei though. Yes, good morning.
They perk up and look over towards you. Good morning.
You seem to have a way with her.
Not necessarily.
No,
I,
it's something to be proud. That I don't think that horse likes just anyone. Matter of fact, I don't think that horse likes anyone except Kai.
And Selu.
But
and they reach their hand up to a white mare stabled next to Navara and run a hand down their mane, and they're kinder than most people.
I will agree. Where I come from, where I was raised, I'm not very good with animals. Would you do me a favor?
If I can, yes.
I have something that I want to do for Kai. You know him. He is, for lack of a better term, he's, well, Navara's companion, because I don't want to say.
There's a chuckle in response.
So leaning into my level up, I would like to, since I'm now proficient in persuasion,
Yeah.
Ooh.
I would like to lean into my forceful presence that can be used for either intimidation or persuasion, which gives me advantage, and I would like to persuade this person. You see, I have something interesting I want to do for Kai, and it's personal, and it would require a handful of Navara's tail hair.
I will see if she will. There's this moment of confusion as she looks back and forth between you and Navara. You and Navara.
That is a 16.
Okay. We'll see what I can do.
I promise it is not for nefarious reasons, but I would like to keep it from my companions that I am doing this until the surprise is done.
I think you have a good heart. And she places a hand on the side of Navara's face and just kind of trails that hand along back around behind Navara. And you see her kind of picking through Navara's tail. And she comes back out with this a fairly large handful of almost like a dense horsewhip of horse tail hair. Some of the strands are black as midnight, and some of them have these little spots of white or almost silver in them. And looking back, you can't even tell that they were taken. The mane appears untouched.
I appreciate that. You have a lighter hand than I would have, because thankfully you were here, because I think I would have gotten kicked.
I think she knows what you mean. In here.
And I reach for the hair, and as I do, I, between two fingers, just hand her a gold coin. This is for you and all that you do, not for us, but for her.
Oh, and she kind of closes your hand back on it and pushes it back. Thank you, but she is fine. She is cared for.
And I will take the hair and wrap it around my hand and shove it in into my kimono.
Okay. Mist.
Yeah.
Did you follow Clover as she left the entrance?
Yeah, so like after setting on the tray, I would grab just loose tunic and trousers, and then
Your morning coat?
uh, nothing even really special of an overcoat, just like basic dress, as basic as possible as I just kind of frolic out behind her.
Well, rounding the corner, coming out the door and turning down the hallway that leads to the steps that go back into the great room, standing at the end of the hallway is in a bright cobalt blue armor, head to toe, no skin or scale visible, is a member of the Drusen Guard. Helmet, blades, whole 9 yards.
And Mist would go from this idea of like tail whipped out around him as counterbalance as he's like jumbling on a shoe and looking very disheveled, and then he kind of stumbles to the bottom of the stairs and sees this Drusen guard and immediately just falls into a very low bow. Oh, I was not aware. My apologies. I did not know who I was meeting.
You are Sir Mistlethar.
Yes, free night of Her Majesty. Yes.
You
what?
stick out.
I have been called worse.
And he reaches a gloved and mailed hand up a sleeve and produces a envelope or a folded letter sealed with a wax stamp and bows as he hands it to you.
And seeing some reflections in this and how I've seen Jubei respond to things, I will grasp the letter and then mirror the bow and then try to take it.
The member of the guard releases the letter and stands up and, without another word, turns on a heel in an almost militaristic precision. Make a perception check for me.
2 + 2, 4.
Okay. You find yourself looking at this letter, and then you look up, and they're gone. Not as in, like, ninja vanished, but you hear step, and then nothing. And you look up, and someone has passed in front of your vision, and they are gone.
So that was strange. I wonder if he wanted desperately to be somewhere else. I will talk to Reese about it. And I will take my letter and head back upstairs.
Okay.
Upon entering the room, I would be reading the letter immediately and not really paying attention to anybody
Hang on
else.
just a moment for me.
You're fine.
Jubei, as you round the corner, make one more perception check for me. Coming out from behind the stable.
8.
Okay.
We are so good at this.
Yep. So good.
The most perceptive people are just the ones not there.
Yep.
Right.
I started out strong with an 18.
You
After
did.
That,
You did.
no more today. That's the only good one.
That's it. So,
He's good first thing in the morning.
yeah, just once. Jubei, is your intent to go continue about your task, or are you going to head back to the group?
Depends. How far away are the shops?
The shops on this level, there are several stalls, and then the two permanent structures, one for Dinguish and Snooch, and one for the Clever Blossom. The rest of them are down at the lower level, so it'd be a bit of a trek.
Then I will, for the sake of not splitting the party in the narrative, I will go back to the inn.
Okay. Mist. Pop with a thumbnail popping open the seal.
Does the seal match my brooch?
It does not.
Okay. Curious.
The seal itself appears to be like a reptilian scale set behind a sword. A simple straight up and down sword, almost like a kite shield, but it is very intentionally different.
Okay.
The letter reads, Sir Misselthar, I request the pleasure of your company for tea one afternoon during the festival. It would be a pleasure to meet you in person. Please bring your Drusen companion. I wish to make his acquaintance as well. Your servant, Drusilin Zarabin Lokal Senzu, guardian hand of the Drusen Guard.
I would very much appreciate it if you typed that out.
DRU.
Dropping titles.
DRU CILIN. Zarabin is XARABEN. Lokal LOKAL. Senzu SENZU.
Could you use it in a sentence, please?
Coming in?
Could you use it in a sentence, please?
I just did.
Country of origin.
I was gonna go with never trust a person with 6 names.
Actually, I was about to say it must suck when she gets her Starbucks.
What was her title?
You summon Cthulhu with that shit.
So
wrong game. Talk to Bill on Saturdays.
Yeah. You don't know any sort of gender or anything with this particular individual. Roll a history check for me.
12 plus 5, 17.
Okay. In your time in Iona, with the Queen's Hand and learning a bit about the culture, you know that the Guardian Hand is the commander of the Drusen Guard. And that Zarabin is the ruling dynasty of that nation.
Big name dropping.
See. Ruling dynasty, when you say of that nation, do you mean of the Dragonborn in Iona, or do you mean...
So, the country Drusa Zarabin. Drusa is the country, Zarabin is the ruling house, or or dynasty.
Gotcha.
So whoever this person is a member of the ruling dynasty. In some way, shape, or form.
Yeah. This is... I do not think this is just a request, but I have been commanded to do something while we are here. And just kind of like dumbfoundedly stumbling back towards my bed as
You've been commanded?
instructed or requested. That is the phrase that I would like to use.
Voluntold.
Voluntold. That is a good one too from the heavens.
This language you speak, I do not understand.
That's what we used to say in the army all the time. I've been voluntold to do this.
I mean, if you think it's okay.
I think it is up to Jubei if it is okay or not.
Why, Jubei?
It says to bring him.
Oh. Then that is up to you.
Bring him where? What? Is this something we should be concerned about?
I do not think so. I think that title that I was throwing around may be coming back to actually mean something.
So you really are a knight?
I guess so. I just thought it was cool to say.
This doesn't have anything to do with taxes, does it?
Well, I mean,
I've heard
I do
those
hope
are
it is nothing that
terrifying,
scary.
but they're good for the people.
one day I'll tell you about it. Promise.
About that time, Jubei
The tax master walks in.
I see you all are finally awake.
That's debatable at the moment. Working on it.
Jubei, how do you feel about being voluntold to do things?
I'm not familiar with this term.
Well, do you read?
Yes?
Then you should look at these. It was brought to me by one of the Drusen guard of her ladyship.
I unroll it and smile as I read it and roll it back up and hand it back to Mistum. No, thank you.
It is my job to tell this person no thank you for you.
Yes. Tell her or them that I appreciate the offer, but no.
What are they asking for?
Tea? And his company with me, specifically?
They want you
What
to
is
bring
so
them
bad about
tea?
tea?
Yes, Jubei, why do you not like tea?
I mean, I think they want to have tea with them.
Just so I'm not under a misconception, this is someone from my homeland, right?
So the title sticks out to you immediately. A Drusillan is a High Lord under the Emperor only. Zarabin is the ruling dynasty. However, the family name is different than the actual ruler, the actual emperor. So this individual would be a member of the same clan, essentially, but not necessarily of the same house.
I elbow Selu. I wish someone would invite me to tea.
It'd be better than this bean water.
I just take it and drink it.
Just gladly just gives it to you, and then based off of a perception roll a moment ago, notices a wiggle under your coat, and immediately pulls like your coat off and sees this animal, and nothing else exists in the room. What is this? Feel free to cut back to other people, but Sailor is enamored.
And the pocket pedals again.
We're just both on the bed like this.
Make an insight check, both Mist and Jubei, as you are the ones who have read the letter.
Well,
12.
Okay.
Wow.
We are. So there's a small stamp at the bottom of it for the Cashlin home, which is the inn on the precipice, the second to last tier, the very wealthy inn. The handwriting, the word choice strike you as very non-threatening.
seems like a fun time for Pete. Maybe I can learn more of your people since I have never been allowed there.
Oh, I'm by no means telling you you can't go.
I have very limited experience in doing things with people with much power, but I feel like if I did not meet their request, then it would be going at my own risk instead of just going.
Ah, well then you should bring me. I have no experience at all, so you will look great.
Clearly okay with this. I will advocate my invitation to Kai.
Perhaps you can do that in person. So that we go there, we tell them who we are to see, and then you say, I abdicate my invitation to this person, and then Kai can come with me.
I have dined and supped with enough nobles in my life to last all of it.
I feel like you are really letting me down here. I have been given very simple instructions by this letter. Why are you not coming with me?
About that time, there's another knock at the door. Do.
God.
Oh dear,
Why does
it's
everyone
not
want
for
to
me this time.
I'm the closest one to the door, so I just
You
walked in.
Seilu picks up the fox and like hides it in one of the sleeve folds. Just stay.
I will reach and open the door.
Stay
It's
loose.
super soft.
Real quick. As you do, you look up and you look back and the fox is gone.
What? Where did?
And you see the fox walk around from behind Reese.
Oh,
Uh,
you are so good.
Jubei. Knock on the door, and once again, it's Clover. I don't know if I told all of you this, but every morning for the festival, we at least bring it up for you, and she hands you a tray of basic foods. Nothing too fancy, but there's some boiled eggs and some bacon, some fresh bread. It's just easier to bring it to the rooms than to try to catch people on their way out. So,
Thank you, Clover. You have always have been a spacious host.
Jubei, the bacon smells familiar.
Oh, Mystic.
as in a recent donation you made.
And clipped.
Oh.
Not
We
the
ate the
horse.
Well, I was about to say we need to do the hashtag Fox around and find out.
And devolved.
Oh man. With
Thank-
the fox having disappeared, Seilu like smells real food that's not dirty bean water and like it jolts up and is like, oh, praise Ravamel something real, and like heads over and just grabs whatever is there and is just ravenous.
Well, if you plan on participating in any of the lists, they're starting to open up sign-ups. There'll be some friendly matches today, and then the tournaments begin in proper tomorrow. But the lists are today, if you plan to catch any of them.
What is the list?
Oh, you got
Events
us.
you sign up for.
We're new.
He's got it.
If you want to participate in the archery or the show of arms,
Oh, I'm not very good at that. Never mind.
I don't think this is for me.
I have nothing to prove.
But you use so many different arms, though, Kai. I do not know why you would not
This-
participate
this-
with all of them.
He speaks the
I-
truth.
Yes, but growing up, you draw your weapon to practice, not as an exhibition. To practice or to draw blood. This is a very serious thing to draw a weapon on somebody.
What if you
Well,
take it as practice then?
You are dealing with individuals of noble birth. They tend to have more time on their hands, which leads them to want to show off and prove themselves above everyone else.
As Clover is closing the door, she stops and opens it back up a little bit and looks over at Kai. I don't know where you're from, but it's a friendly thing around here. Nothing. It's to first, not to death.
It is practice.
If you wish. For some of them, it's for the coin. For some of them, honor or prestige. But there's no killing. I think you all helped Sandy get what she needed to make sure nobody got hurt anyway. And
Thank you. This makes me feel better about the competitions. Your
Well-
culture is strange, and I did not know what to expect.
I'll be downstairs if you need anything.
Sailor turns around with like a piece of bread in one hand and half a rasher and bacon like hanging out of their mouth, looks back at Reese and goes, "Oh, were you supposed to help Sandy with
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we gotta do that.
the
And I, like,
potions?"
jump up. My only clothes. My single set of clothes.
Yeah.
Just to point that out from Mist's
Yeah.
elaborate wardrobe.
Mist brings a rolling, like, changing rack behind him when he travels.
I have like a pile of blankets I slept in, and that's just my clothes.
Yeah.
While we're on the topic of clothes, because we haven't really talked about this in mornings and whatnot, so Sailor's normal like flowing like wraps and whatnot that they readjust across everything, this morning not been like repositioned and catching them waking up after everyone for a change. They are like hanging off one shoulder, like half on, and underneath from top of chest all the way down to the waist is like a tight wrapped white linen sarashi.
Awesome.
I'm still in my same kimono over my armor. One set of clothes.
Jubei sleeps in his armor. Cannon.
Jubei, what do you think is, when I go to D, do I wear the fine clothes?
How are his clothes?
Currently, he's wearing a loose shirt and pants and one shoe.
They're fine. They're fine.
Ah,
Oh no.
this does not seem to be the same level of court fashion as when I was in Iona.
Don't you have some? You have some fineries, don't you?
From my experiences with nobles, they really don't care how you're dressed, just that you bow enough and grovel enough for them.
Actually, he's right.
I must grovel.
If you wish to make them happy.
I think to make them happy, I would have to bring you. I think I am already starting in the pit, as they say.
Your this moon, your father, he taught you how to lay guilt down pretty effectively.
Yes, yes.
As Bill's real life comes back to haunt him.
Irish Catholic. My mother had a black belt in guilt.
Yes, it is living up to the expectations that have been set for me. I must provide you with the expectations as well.
Well, would you? I'd offer to come to tea with you, but I have horrible experience with nobles, and I wasn't invited.
Take the fox.
I look over. She is pretty cute. And I just pick her up.
Where did you find her?
And who's
Actually, she's the one that we found in the cave. They followed us.
Yes, the one that
And
was whistling.
I
at
do the
us.
little whistle. Yeah, I do the little whistle.
Wait. But I thought it was an owl. When I saw it, it was an owl.
I hold her up again, like a long cat. uh, she could be an owl, I think. I'm not quite sure what she is.
I don't think that's how animals work.
I like set her down on the bed.
Selu is so confused. What?
So there's a
Can you be an owl?
there's a moment where the fox thing is looking at Selu, and that like confusion is settling on you, and you swear you feel like an all pat kind of like, because they
Bless your
look
heart.
at you and they do that whistle, but that's it.
But she's really cute.
Can I keep her, Mom?
Selu sits back down on the bed, like grabs their pouch, puts it down, grabs their book out, flips to a new page, and like starts drawing an owl, like next to a fox, next to a cat
Chicken.
thing, next to like just trying to make sense of this and just jotting things down.
So it's a fox and an owl.
Well, I mean, it's not an owl right now, but
Fowl?
I think it's the same thing.
It's a fowl.
He's like getting frustrated, but
Is this like the Dolph?
It's like the Dolph.
it just does. She just does that like head turn, like the ears flop. I'll figure it out, I promise.
Well,
But I think she's
I'm
gonna be staying.
I'm happy you found your foul friend.
Wah, 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 wah.
All right, good show, guys. So it was fun. It was great. Thanks for joining us.
Peaked.
We're just
We
we're gonna
peaked
put ourselves
30
out of our
minutes
misery now, and
Yeah. So, as the morning RP interaction,
We eat.
yeah,
Move on.
settles across. Food is tasty and delicious, but nothing fancy by any means.
Right.
Who cooked our breakfast?
Do what?
Who cooked our breakfast? I meant
You're
to
welcome.
ask Clover that.
You're welcome to find out on the way out. But the day is yours. You find yourselves dressed and ready, and setting out into the town as it seems to be preparing itself for the festival.
I am so I am so torn, Reese. I have been invited to two tea dates, and I do not know which one to go to today.
You've been invited to two.
Dinguish said that we should come back for tea. And I do need to see him because my armor has been rendered asunder because of things in the news. But
Cool.
Dinguish seemed to be more of an antiquities dealer than an armor repairer.
Yeah, I would agree.
You might
so
need
I
to
can
go
go to there or to the leathersmith down the level
I-
lower.
I would try to go to a smith because Dinguish hits me as the type of proprietor that would outsource that to the leathersmith anyway.
But what if
Probably.
Dinguish had something to add?
That
And
might
Mist's
have-
eyes
yeah.
get big.
If we're not talking about replacement, or we're not talking about repair and replacement, then yes.
What if he has?
Do people do morning tea? Do people do morning tea?
Ooh, a mid-morning tea. I wonder if I could talk him into it.
Is that the thing?
It could be. We could make it a thing.
I'd be interested in going over and to see him again.
I believe
Morning
some people
tea
do
is
that with
coffee.
biscuits. Isn't that a thing in some
I
cultures?
pull out like our rations. They're like rock hard. I'm not sure.
Perhaps not road tack.
I'm willing to see.
Can I convince anyone else to come to tea? It could be a trial run. And I look at Jubei.
A trial run. On the
could-
training wheels.
You could teach me how to do tea.
Wait, do you have to be taught to do tea?
I don't know. I don't know how to do
I thought you
tea.
could drink it.
It depends. In Drusen, it's a ritual.
Oh, jeez.
This is sounding more like a disaster.
Ritual spell, cast tea.
Tea time.
Tea time.
Does it take the full 10 minutes?
Sometimes
Yeah.
longer.
11, actually.
If you're doing a Japanese ceremony, a lot longer.
I will walk out of the inn with my Foxy, and I am gonna be like really wary. Do people like seem to be bothered by her?
I was about to question that, whether it's drawing attention.
Roll an insight check for me.
Because if she's drawing attention, I'm gonna like carry her or something. It's a 14 total.
Living this close to the woods and at a time of year where there are strange people here from all over the world, nobody seems to really notice. You're just as exotic as everybody else.
Man, I was hoping, because I was going to tell him to wear as a hat.
I was gonna do the scarf, like the foxtail across the.
Wear it,
Yeah, I
like,
mean,
wear it like a mink.
Somebody's gonna come out. You know, that's really cruel.
And then she
Like
just popped
that.
the head up.
Yeah.
Reese gets
flashback from
fantasy
Ghostbusters
PETA
2.
after him. Yeah.
Yeah. Then yeah, I'll just go ahead and walk over to Dinglish.
Just by yourself.
Well, I mean,
Apparently, that's the party consensus, is that we're walking that way, because, you know, back when you were a kid and you're walking in the mall, the most animated friend was the one that chose the shops. That's missed, and everybody kind of just followed.
Yeah.
and then we could check in on Sandy afterward.
Kai and I are the grumpy smokers in the back of the group.
So edgy.
Edgy.
Kai, there was something you were trying to say as we were departing the inn.
Sure, yes, there was.
Okay, cool. So heading out into the square of the steppe. Yeah, again, a full half of this courtyard is open air as it looks out over the valley and the series of small shops and homes, mostly homes or draft houses, as more people are coming in to town. There is one gentleman standing next to the circle. Tall, long, lanky, thin, well dressed, but holding a clipboard and just waiting, standing next to the circle. And you see Sandy pop her head, hair disheveled, out of her shop and place like a chalkboard easel out and walk back in because she is not the morning person. And the open door to Dinglish and Snoots starts to you hear a commotion, a ruckus, one might say, from inside. A clang, 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 metal falling over, and there's the shattering sounds of wood, and a pleasant, happy bump, 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 coming from inside.
He's so happy all the time.
This person that's at like the circle, are you referring to the spiral pattern at the center of the square?
Yes.
Okay. Selu will detour to this person that is next to this spiral that has intrigued them thus far,
Okay.
and walk up next to them. Are you interested by this pattern too?
I'm sorry, caught me a bit off. Come again?
The
It's
the spiral, has it? It's you kind of get lost in it sometimes. At least I have.
well, many people lose in it. It is the second ring of the summit. Are you here to sign up for the list?
Oh no, no! I just like the spiral, and Selu will just start walking the spiral. Kai, if you wanted, this one has the
The young-
list that they were
the young
talking
man
about, and
comes up
just
and a young man comes up and starts interacting with this individual as you depart away.
So I want to pull you aside for a second.
Who?
Jubei.
Okay.
So I'm looking over at the guy with the clipboard that Selu just pointed out, and I'm like, Jubei, you have always spoken plainly. I appreciate that. It makes things less confusing.
I try to. I don't like wasting time.
So you say that you have nothing to prove to fight in this list.
No.
You know how these people fight.
Typically flashy.
Yes.
More for the audience entertainment or themselves.
What I mean is, there is nothing that you can learn from participating. This is what you mean?
I believe anybody can learn anything, but I don't feel like interacting with men that would put themselves into lists like this. If the three nobles that we encountered on the road and in their sparring are examples of the men that sign up for this, this is not worth my time.
You speak of these nobles as if they need to be taught a lesson. Is this not an opportunity to do so?
They have their place in the world, like all things. Everything has a place. Not all nobles are bad. They're not. But the good ones are overshadowed by those shadows that the bad ones throw.
Well, let me ask you. I left my homeland because I was shunned by my people. I wanted to see what the rest of the world has to offer. Do you think this is something that I should do?
Why were you shunned?
I kind of like look down at my hands that are like covered in black, like almost it looks like black ink. I said I was. It's hard to say. I see my ancestors speak to me sometimes, and I think that my people feared this.
Let me tell you two stories from my homeland. There was an emperor long ago. He was very cruel and to his people. He was born of red scales. Since his time as emperor, those, and I hold my arms up, those born with red scales are considered being born bad. We are outcasts. I was lucky enough in where I was born that I was not treated as badly as most, but I had a wonderful upbringing. But because of this, I never fit. But it also allowed me to look at everything from an outside perspective, and that I would never trade for. So, the second moral is I want to share with you a story that my father told me. He says, in all of us, and I would think including you, that there are two dragons inside of us all. And one is bad, and one is good. And they're constantly at war over the fate of your soul and your honor. One dragon is fed by your anger and your greed and your hatred, and one is fed by your happiness and your generosity and your charity. And it is up to you to decide which one wins by feeding it what it craves. And to me, I feel like I would be feeding everyone's bad dragons if I was to enter this list.
Why?
Because I grew up with a gentleman like that. And I loved him. But he's not a good person. Not anymore.
But if I join this competition for the right reasons, for if I am supporting the good dragon, then this is a good thing?
Yes. Because only you can tell why you do something. And given the last time I fought the duel, I don't think I would be in the right mindset to feed the right dragon.
I think I understand. Will you support me if I join?
My friend, I would support you in whatever you choose to do.
Will you come with me? And I look over at I'm not asking you to sign up with me, just to come over with me.
I will.
All right. So
And Reese is actually kind of interested, so he'll follow.
cool. So I'm gonna go over to the guy with the clipboard, Gabe.
Okay. No. Good morning. Are you here for the list?
Yes, I do not know how this works. I'm not from here.
Simple enough. The summit is a series of competitions. Today, everything's friendly and a few wages here and there. Everything's done down on the floor, and then tomorrow begins the actual championship climb. There will be a series of competitions on the floor until only enough remain so that the next three pairs, advance to the next level, and then from there 2 pairs, and from there 1 pair for the summit itself. So, it is 10 crowns to enter, 10 gold crowns to enter the list, and you just be present tomorrow. I'll let you know where your time and place is.
You said that there's a variety of competitions. Do I pick one, or what is the...
Oh, I am signing people up for the summit itself, the sword tournament being the feature of the Skiman Lights, of our championships, anyway. But there are several others. If you wish, you go to the...
I interrupt him. What weapons are allowed?
For the summit, it is strength of arms and skill therein, all melee, no ranged by any means, but no poisons or funny business of any sorts.
I gesture to the weapons on my back, which there's a spear and a glaive.
Either would be acceptable for sure. You would just need to declare upon entering.
I see. Well,
That way we can match the first round or two up like and like, so that individuals have the best chance of advancing fairly.
so during this conversation, my face has kind of fallen. I was like, well, this sounds very interesting, but I do not have these crowns you speak of, so I suppose I will not be joining.
Well, if you change your mind, the list is open until this evening. And again, there are friendly wagers and duels down on the floor throughout the day. I'm sure whatever
Can he sign up that if he wins, his winnings are docked the entry fee, and if he loses, we pay?
No, unfortunately, in order to enter the list, it is just up for cash up front. But again, if you participate today, everything is friendly wagers, so it is just you and your opponent. There is a limit, no more than 100 crowns per wager, to keep things. Not sure that that's reasonable for most of us, but for the folks, and he kind of points to the higher levels, to keep things manageable.
Hi, is this something you wish to do?
I am very curious. I want to see the way that these people fight. To see how the Hrodon match up with them.
Being that it is such a steep entry fee, keep in mind you will be fighting men that can afford such.
Yeah.
I do not know what money has to do with the way a man fights.
Reese, make a perception check.
Oh boy. 19. 22.
Very nice, very nice.
Best roll so far.
Fine. Pardon?
So the best roll so far.
Yes. As you are glancing on the list, you see Josef Kellner.
Oh, snap.
And where other individuals, there are titles and everything is just Josef Kellner. Nothing, no title listed.
I reach into my pouch and I pull out 10 gold. 10 gold worth of my money. And
This is. I like put a hand out and I said, "This is a large sum, from what I understand."
I will pay your entry fee, but you have to promise me one thing. Win or lose, this builds on you and you come out a better man.
This is what I hope.
Because when I say I don't have to prove anything in this world, it is partially true. There's only one person in this world you should be better than tomorrow, and that's the person you are today.
I understand this. I accept, and I thank you.
Jubei flexing that level in cleric with his wise words.
Sugar Daddy Jubei.
Sugar daddy.
Wait, that was a joke, right? Did you actually take a level in cleric? I was like, hang on. Whoa.
So as the coin is extended out, so joining the list then, what should I put down? What is your name, sir?
I had a feeling this was coming. Kai looks uncomfortable for a moment. He's like, Black Hands?
You have the Black Hands.
Sorry, what did you say?
I interrupt him. Kai of the Black Hands.
I did not. No, just the Black Hands. Does he react to anything?
He's standing there impassively. Dude deals with nobles for a week every year. Intensely. It's probably not the strangest name he's heard.
Great. Okay. I look a little relieved when he doesn't really react.
Okay, I've got you here. Black Hands, your first bout will be at... Let's see... what's your weapon of choice, sir?
I will use my glaive, I believe.
Very well. Glaive pole arm... oh! Here we are. Will be at midday. In the square itself. So you'll be on the quote main stage, so to say.
There will be many people here.
Some, mostly locals, a few onlookers, a few people interested in checking out the competition, but the crowd really gathers for the championship bout.
Understand.
Well, I will see you tomorrow at midday.
Thank you.
And he extends a hand out to you.
I like grasp his forearm like awkwardly because that's the Herdrin.
And he like goes back to, and it just turns into like this awkward fingertip. I'm tired. I'm Taggart. Nice to meet you. I'll see you tomorrow.
I kind of like sidestep around Kai because I'm so small compared to him. I have a question.
And then this fox like sidesteps around you.
Yeah. Like Russian stacking dolls.
No, did you wish to enter the list?
I like look at myself. No? I have a question though. I don't think I'd be much use in the list, but might we be able to find out who's fighting who, when, and where?
If I have the pairing, who are you looking for?
Joseph Kellner.
Kellner. I don't have an opponent for him. Sword and board, you see. So, as soon as I have a sword and shield opponent listed, I'll be able to pair them appropriately, but should be in the afternoon.
Don't you fight sword and shield?
I can, yes. I have learned to fight with many weapons. Would you like me to fight this person for you, Reese?
I love it.
No, I. There are many nobles I would like you to see you beat to hell, but not this one.
Okay.
And there is this almost imperceptible, but definitely there, maniacal smirk on Taggart's face.
It's this overall hatred for nobles from all of us. It's almost
Yeah.
Kai has just like adopted it by proxy. He doesn't know what the fuck that means.
Yeah, he's like, are they bad? Do they have taxes?
they do.
If I could have been good in this list, I'd happily sign up and do what I could.
We just gotta make sure we make enough flyers for our revolution.
Best of templates?
The list will be posted on the morning. So, first thing in the morning, should be right by the circle on the floor. So,
noted. Thank you.
Yep.
And you mentioned there's other competitions.
Yes, there is a feat of archery, a few various feats of strength and skill. There's quarreling, if you're interested.
Is there a pie eating competition?
Pie. No, there's a pheasant eating competition, though.
Jubei is finally interested.
I thought you had
Food.
nothing to prove.
We realize Jubei does have something to prove.
I do have something to prove. How many pheasants I can eat. I know how I can fight, and I know that I'm a good fighter. Now, eating pheasants, I do not know how many I can eat.
Would you like me to add you to the list?
I suppose you never know until you try.
You know what? How much?
Let's see. 2 silver pieces for that one.
I will gladly sign up for the pheasant eating contest.
Allow me to pay
But-
for this. And then I shoved like a handful of coins towards the person. That's like way too much.
Like an unknown amount.
He like stumbles it on his clipboard and just slides it all down to the bottom of the clipboard, and it drops into this like collection tray at the bottom of the clipboard where the 10 gold was slid as well.
Okay.
Pheasant eating, and your name, sir.
Jubei Sojin. What time is this one to take place? Hopefully not at the time that my friend here is fighting.
No, breakfast.
Oh, pheasant for breakfast. That would be interesting.
Well,
It seems like
last
a
year,
smart idea.
the eating competition was in the afternoon, but it was after the drinking competition, and
That's good.
There's a drinking competition, you say?
there is, but not until the second night. So you don't need to worry about that one until not today, not tomorrow. Just sign up in the morning on the second night. So you've got 2 days.
Drinking what? I hope not that nasty bean water.
Oh, ale.
It's just as bad. And just continues spinning around the spiral.
Is this who is supplying the ale?
Pause. As Selu makes another whip past, I'm gonna say Kai is the closest to Taggart here. Taggart kind of leans over, very obviously looking at Kai. Who is that intoxicating creature?
Sorry, that's not Kai laughing. That's Derek laughing.
My name is Jubei.
Sojin. S-O-J.
It's Sojin. I just told you this.
Taggart doesn't even seem to notice that you say this.
You speak of Selu? And I like gesture.
They're gorgeous.
They are my friend. Would you like me to call them over here?
Oh, plenty of time for that. What is their name?
I do not think I can give this to you.
Uh,
And I kind
It's
of like
complicated.
look to Reese.
it's complicated.
I can't
Their
tell you
name is
this. I can't
Wait,
tell
Their
you
name is
these.
Selu.
You said Selu.
Yes.
Looking at Reese. Okay. Interesting.
I can tell you they snore when they sleep.
I could write a poem.
Reese like lights up. That would be yes.
Oh god.
They are staying in the lightened bed.
You know, there's a
What have I done to myself?
welcome to Flirting with Gabe, the RPG.
I didn't flirt with anybody!
And by now,
I did nothing!
The fox is like following him around the circle.
That ego is
He's
big
just
enough.
adorable.
So that mentions, were none of you interested in quarreling?
What is?
And they're looking. Taggart is looking right at Mistlethar.
What is quarreling? Is that when you shoot crossbow bolts?
That sounds like a crossbow.
No, that's the archery competition.
Is that
Oh.
game when they play up north where they take these rocks and slide them on ice and try to get them into little circles?
No, that's madness.
Yes. Yes.
No, you've been performing the last few nights. Are you interested at all?
So Mist had been like bouncing over to. Oh, why am I blanking on his name? Because I'm blanking on
Dinguish's.
everything.
Taggart.
Dinguish. and like bouncing over there and having this conversation with Reese, and then Reese just like kind of walked off and started talking to
Which checks out, yeah.
this list master instead.
Classic
So Mistletoe just kind of stopped exactly where he was, not caring about the crowd around him, and was like, "Hey, this is where we wait." And he pulls out. He was like fidgeting with one of his puzzle boxes.
The moment realizing that Mist has been left kind of like alone amidst all of this, Selu will stop spinning around the spiral and like go over, hook arms with Mist and be like, "T, right?" And just like head that direction, like just ADD.
This was like during that whole conversation.
No, I understand, but like the moment the realization of that hits
Okay, so
amidst this.
We'll give just a second before Selu catches that.
Yeah.
Since you said you're dealing with the puzzle box, go ahead and make an investigation check for me.
Ooh, yes.
17 plus 5.
Nice.
22.
Nice.
We're playing the long game with these puzzle boxes.
That's right.
It's gonna be like a feather.
The puzzle box is the big bad.
It's the big bad. We're unleashing.
I'm expecting it to be like Henry's treasure, and since Henry was this 5-year-old boy, it's going to be like a dead cricket. It was alive when it went into
No,
you.
it's a really cool rock.
That's a really cool rock. Yeah, it's
He
a really
opens
cool
it
rock.
up. It's a note. I'm not really Henry. These aren't really my parents. Please save me.
Months
so,
have passed.
as you're sitting there with your puzzle box, are you interested in signing up for quarreling?
I do not generally like to perform when there are rules involved. Are there many rules?
Just 2.
Let me hear them.
You must rhyme.
Oh.
And audience decides the winner.
Oh shit, he wasn't kidding when he talking about the rap.
I was not at all. Let me give you an example. Are you ready?
Oh.
Does somebody need to throw down a beat? Like, is it?
My friends, in a battle of wits, I'll beat you senseless. I fear 'twould be wrong, though I see you're defenseless. And now, you must give verse in return, and then the audience decides the winner. It's not
Reese
for 3
pulled out his
days.
lute.
It's the second to last day. So you have time to consider. But
You think that he's a thug? His real name's Clarence.
And you see like an animated presence when he starts talking about quarreling.
He's going to do it.
It's my favorite part, and we usually only have 1 or 2 entries. I would love for you to join us this year. Again, it's not for 2 or 3 days. The last 2 days of the festival, really. So the solstice is the finale, much like the summit and everything. Everything tries to end on the solstice. So.
If it makes you feel better, Mist, you can practice on us for the next 2 days.
Doesn't take much already.
Player me is like, oh god, I gotta think of these things now. But Mist, I'm sure, would be like,
yes,
I will sign up for these and I will destroy all of you. Like, this is going to be wonderful. I will tell you.
I will destroy you all.
I will literally tear you down word by word. It is going to be amazing.
Sean, I literally created this just for you.
Oh,
So-
wonderful.
I love this. I love this.
I have pages. Tabitha hates me right now. So-
Sean has homework.
Yeah.
Okay. So
The game
as
was
we-
basically like, Sean, I just created this homework for you.
yeah.
Right?
So come
By
on.
the way, we play again next week, so.
Sean, I got that that vicious mockery insult generator. You just have to
Yeah,
use
but that
and
shit
make it
doesn't
rhyme.
rhyme.
They can
Yeah,
make it
you rhyme.
rhyme.
So, as you've told us every night, your name is Sir Mistlethal, free knight of Her Ladyship of Iona. Is that how you wish to be signed up?
Yes, the full title will be necessary.
Okay.
I will accept no disrespect until the quarreling starts.
So Mistlethal, titles. Okay, just 2 gold crowns for you, sir, and then we are all signed up.
These will be fine. And I just hand them the 2 gold, no problem.
Okay, and then pheasant eating.
So Reese had asked for other competitions just because he was curious and you never know. And then there's all these martial competitions and then quarreling and archery, and he becomes more and more crestfallen as it goes on. Never mind.
Maybe they have a dog show.
I look down at her. I'm not sure if she would do well.
An owl show?
Well, she's not very good at being an owl yet, so...
Someone would cry foul.
Oh God,
You're
he's
you're
already
warming
practicing.
Up.
Oh no!
Yes, this will be wonderful.
Oh, no. It's gonna be great.
So, and there's an animated air to Taggart that was not there, as he was just kind of lulling around. He's almost upbeat and happy. Wonderful. Well, and there's a flourish and very professional bow. Sean, for your reference, that is a 19 performance check. Just so you can gauge the competition.
I mean, my performance checks have been so hot or cold.
Have
that
been
it's gonna
tanked,
be,
yeah.
Right? Can be something, regardless.
So, wonderful. Well, I'll see you all, some of you tomorrow, some of you the next day, some of you a few days after that, but wonderful. Have a great morning.
Thank you, you too.
And about that time, you hear the bump, 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 bump,
English.
OT.
Delightful!
So
Morning tea!
that's when Selu scoops Mist and
Bye-bye.
I see us frolicking.
oh, absolutely, skipping the whole way.
Perfect.
About the time you get back to Dinguish's, you hear another and you look in, peering around the doorway just in time to see one of those crates that was stacked up just crash to the floor as the large orcish form of Dinguish is just rummaging through. Where is it?
What are you looking for?
Do you need any help? Good morning.
Oh, good morning, friends. I wasn't expecting you this early. Tea's not ready yet, but I can fix that. Give me just a moment.
If you're
Would you
busy,
like to pick some stuff
I
up
could-
while you're doing that?
I could make it for you in the back if you're busy with something else.
You are dear. Thank you so much.
Great. And without a thought of asking where anything is, Selu just heads to the back on the assumption that they'll find something somewhere.
You open up the back door and walk into an alley. And after a moment, you realize that everything's upstairs.
Ah, right. Upstairs then.
So, good morning. And you see these crates are just clattered and crashed, and there's a suit of armor just clang falling over to the side. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it?
Is there something in particular you are looking for? And Mist will just start setting things up, right? And
Yeah,
trying
same.
to help.
A seal. It's about that big, made of emerald, with a golden scroll work on the cover. Where did it go?
Just because Reese is super curious, he's going to look down at the box and telepathically be like, hey, can you find this? Just because he's curious.
You get a telepathic shrug.
We'll look.
Okay.
Oh,
Are they looking or are you?
I was gonna say that we would both look.
Okay, then roll one of you with advantage.
That's great because I rolled a 2 the first time. I think mine's better. That is a 17 perception.
Okay. You are having a hard time. Like the chaos of it all is overwhelming
Not
even
organized.
for Reese. Uh,
says a
Reese's
lot.
life is a little cluttered. Like your mandolin stuffed with bandages kind of cluttered.
Yeah.
But this is chaos.
I just stop in the middle, scratching my head. Oh.
Your little companion, however, kind of sniffs around and goes in between a few things, and you feel excitement.
Oh. I probably perk up myself hearing it or like feeling it.
And you're able to rummage through and find where they are, and in a box nestled amongst a pile of hay is this small emerald seal with golden gilding through the top.
I'm probably like appraising it while I'm also appraising other things in the store while I'm looking. But I'll pick it up and take it back to Dinglish.
Oh, you found it! Lovely. Ah, I was worried. Bless his heart, he packs everything, but he is so disorganized. And he goes and places it in a glass case and locks the case and puts the key in his vest. So, good morning, friends. And I think that's a great time for us to take a quick bio break.
Cool.
Sounds good to me.
As we've
good.
had one forced to do so already, so we might as well
All right.
might
Cool.
as well rock on.
Then in that case, we will be back in just a minute.
And welcome back to our strange and wandering conversation of the day, also known as D&D.
D&D.
You all find yourselves in Dinguish's shop, and the emerald seal that he was looking for recovered and locked into its display case. Excuse me. And Selu coming downstairs with a pot of tea.
Did I find tea to make up there?
Yes.
Okay.
There's an upstairs? I thought this was like a temporary tent. If so, it's a really nice tent.
No, he has one of the few permanent structures here. It is usually boarded up throughout the year.
Oh, so it's like South Carolina's Ren Fair.
Yes. or Maryland or Texas or the good ones.
Ohio.
The good ones.
Yeah.
Ohio. So, contrary to the chaos that's downstairs, Selu, upstairs is quite organized. His personal effects seem to be meticulous, but downstairs, the shop front is just chaos.
I will readily prepare a nice herbal tea that I find that seems good for a good morning tea. And
Be careful, because I'm very much getting a New York bodega feel from this place. What life you choose?
So,
I mean, if he didn't have proper tea, Selu was about to pull out various
Say
things
it.
they had foraged to make their own tea and do some wilderness tea shit. But, you know, it's fine. Make what they got. Give him what he
so
expects.
the party gathers amongst the chaos of Dinglish and Snooches, still unpacking and now shattered crates and hay stuffing just all over the floor. So, how are you finding Schema so far?
We're in
These places
Schema,
has-
right?
This place has so much going on that no one talks about.
I agree. It's why we come here every year. Well, just me this year. But anyway,
Jube's confused.
why are you confused?
I thought we were in Schema. I thought we found it.
GM hates you a little bit.
But Jube,
No,
we are
no.
continuing to find more of it every day.
That's right. It's growing around us. It's amazing. So, have you signed up for any of the competitions, or are you just going to take in the sights and sounds, or spend your week in the saunas? What is your plan, friends?
Jube is going to eat a lot of pheasant.
Hopefully in the saunas.
You, sir, are going down.
Oh!
Oh, pheasants.
I love it.
Hold that championship 2 years running.
Oh,
Thank
well,
you very much.
Oh,
Oh,
sir, you're looking at my regions where I grew up, ramen eating champion, so this will be interesting.
Oh, fantastic. I look forward to it. Anything else of note?
Our friend here has entered in the sword swinging competition.
You have entered in the summit. Congratulations. Quite a bit of prestige to be found there if you seek such things.
Prestige is not what I am looking.
Well, do you want tips or observations on any of the gentlemen from my home? You know, oh, lady, I think there's one at least. So,
I believe the point of this for me is to learn about the way others fight and to see how the Hurltron can stand against them.
very well. I wish you
So-
luck, sir.
Thank you.
Fortune and favor to you.
I will apparently be assaulting others with my words at some point in the last day of the festival.
It appears Taggart has convinced everyone to let him continue quarreling, hasn't he?
Yes, I believe it's he will be part of a verbal assault.
Yes. Yes. A bit of a rhyme off, if you will.
I believe I will. Yes.
I was awful at it, so I will not be joining you.
That is strange. You seem so well spoken and peddling your wares.
Yeah, I'm a bit surprised.
It's a salesman's touch, friends, but quick-wittedness is not exactly my forte, if you know what I mean.
Edmund, your forte is eating pheasant?
It will be in a few days. Last year was grouse. I wonder why it's pheasant this year.
I would be happy if it was a dessert, like pie.
I'm not sure why there aren't pies, but
You know,
I,
maybe
I suppose dairy is probably harder to come by here.
there are alternatives.
Don't get me started on that one.
It is tomorrow morning.
2 days.
2 days. 2 days. maybe I can find whoever's in charge of the competition. See if they'll change.
Well, if they've picked pheasant, then they've had several hunters out gathering, and they have already started thawing them, I'm sure. So you have to pack them down in ice to bring them into the... Anyway. So, anything in particular I can do for you, fine friends? I'm glad to have you for tea. You've caught me at a bit of a bad time, but...
Do you need a moment while we ready the tea to fix things up?
No, please. Sit wherever you like. There's crates and barrels and
Did they
few chairs.
Did they take many things? The gentleman that robbed you and smashed up your shop?
Are you sure you don't want to enter the quarreling?
No, I'm being serious. Do you need us to go track them down?
No, I was looking for something.
Things does not rhyme with shop.
Yeah, I didn't think you'd be very good at it.
No, maybe not. No, I was looking for a medallion, a seal that I have. It was emerald and gold. It's right over there in the case. Your friend and his little pet rug found it for me.
We like look at each other, just like that knowing.
Is that the name you decided for your fowl rug?
No. No. I feel assaulted by the emotions. No, not that. Perhaps something else will come later. I want to walk around the store and just see if anything catches my eye. Anything that might be useful to me.
Anything in particular you are looking for?
This is my first time as a warlock. I don't know what I would even look for. Technically, I wear armor, but it's not very useful. I don't know. I'm just looking around for neat things.
Stuff.
Stuff.
The stuff and
Nothing
things.
cool. I don't have a lot of money, but...
There are an assortment of odd items here. On one wall, there is fine cloaks and coats and hats, and on the other wall is arms and armor, excuse me. And in several of the cases there are brooches and rings and necklaces and fine jewelry. It's kind of a hodgepodge, but
it's like a thrift store.
You will recall that it is Dinguish and Snooch Haberdashery and Co.
Right.
I
I would probably avoid the weapons and the jewelry and just look at hats and cloaks.
Okay. Just kind of knowing Reese, the price tags are scary.
Yeah, probably quickly stop and just sip my tea quietly.
Sips tea.
I sit on a crate with my rug and watch.
Your pet rug.
So Mist kind of did the opposite. He sat down first and begins rummaging through his pack and pulls out the kind of shredded leather armor. He's like,
Oh, you find in your backpack the pearl. Yes,
that's right. So kind of shuffling things around. He pulls out the armor. I was hoping that you might have something to either make these whole again, or to make it better, or something to replace it with, preferably. It is quite old at this point. My pectoral muscles have outgrown it. That is why the shredding has occurred.
He looks you up and down, very discerning eye. Looks at the armor, looks at you. Yes. Well, not particularly skilled at tannery myself. There is a tanner down on the floor if you wish to check in about repair work, but I'm happy to sell you a new suit. think I have something roughly that size. Kind of looks at you, looks back at the armor, looks at you, looks back at the armor, and you know instinctively that he has measured you. As he does so, and he looks at the wall of armor, and he's going down, and you can almost see the Terminator display in his brain. That one should fit you. It's a bit heavier, and he points at a finely crafted suit of black leather studded armor.
Ooh,
You do have a good eye.
our least edgy person.
These looks like something I would like very much. And I'll go over and begin inspecting it, checking it out.
It looks very, very well crafted, and the top portion is crafted in a double-breasted fashion. So as it lays over, no, he has not been found wanting. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. As he lays it over like a double-breasted coat would, very. What is the right era? Very Victorian era double-breasted coat style. Very, very well done, and the
I dig it.
studs built into it look almost like they are intentionally built in a pattern rather than just hodgepodge or spaced out evenly. They create the buttons for the double breast, and it is beautifully crafted.
These could be so functional. I could wear it to both formal and informal and life-threatening events.
You could, in fact, that is what it is designed for. You see, where we come from, there's well, Mr. Snooch and I don't get involved too often, but there are quite a lot of quarrels that end up life-threatening, as you say.
Is this something I should worry about in the competition?
Not those that's in the audience, no.
No, mostly back home in the Sisters, the states of Fordale. Their dueling, honor duels is a way of life for many there. Although, fun fact, it is illegal inside the city. Zzz. All three of them. Yet each city maintains, paid for by taxes, a dueling circle outside of the city walls. However, it is illegal for a doctor or a medical practitioner to witness a duel. The strangest things. It is also technically illegal to shed blood with the naked hand, which is why the young men and women of the cities tend to wear a glove.
You speak of honor duels, and the goal here is to kill the other person. So why would there be a doctor?
Because then it's murder.
I love this.
Please, I will need you to follow me everywhere. You are a medicine man.
I'm not sure I understand.
So, let us say, perhaps, friend, that you and I have got into a bit of a spat. And we have decided collectively through intermediaries that there is no way to absolve honor or absolve debt of honor, and it must be answered with steel. So, we name a time, ironically book the dueling circle with the official that manages it, and then we go with our seconds and have one more opportunity to discuss if necessary, and then there's a physician or healer on site to ensure.
Kai's eyes at this point have glazed over.
Yeah,
He's like
he starts basically narrating
the 10 dual commandments.
but even more like bureaucratic.
Okay.
Like there are forms you have to fill out, and yet it's illegal in the city. And
Kai
yet there are
is-
still forms you have to fill out. It is like everyone kind of has this moment of like, what?
Kai is a glazed donut, and he's looking at everybody else, kind of like, "Help."
I can
Reap is worse.
see. I can see you are lost. Me too. So, if you find yourselves in the states of Fordale, just don't offend anyone ever.
This is fine. I did not have any on there.
But
Okay.
also don't offend anyone, because if you deny a duel, you get arrested.
Wait, what?
Dueling
Yeah,
is
too many
still
rules.
illegal.
What if? Oh dear.
Complicated.
Maybe I don't want to go here anymore.
It's a beautiful town, and the families, when they're not trying to kill each other, are wonderful patrons of the arts and sciences, and even researches into the more esoteric arts that seem to be returning. There are all manner of skilled individuals there. There is a man there who claims to have invented a flying machine.
Wow.
I have not seen it myself. But that the age we live in.
How does it fly?
I look down at my fox. Would be cool if you could fly.
I hope it flies well. For whoever's on its sake.
We know a rock can fly, but
But
not land.
like, does it float, or does it have
don't know.
wings that it?
He was supposed to unveil it this week, I think, so I'm missing the details, but Mr. Snooch will fill me in when I get home.
Well,
You're
there's
welcome.
so much information all of a sudden.
Yeah, reasons like never go to Fordale.
Right.
Cool.
There are so many more odd things in this world than I thought.
World building with Gabe.
I couldn't agree more.
Back to things that I understand a little bit better. What is the price point for this fine piece of work?
So if you wish to buy the armor, it is 50 gold. Ever so slight markup, but not much.
Before I am willing to make such a investment into another culture's fashion, but could you appraise this for me and tell me what you think it would be worth? And I will take out Drakekin Pearl.
Okay.
8-inch thing.
Which one did you guys get? Was it
8-inch diameter, purple and silver.
okay?
Yeah, purple and silver, and it says worth quite a bit of gold. Question mark.
And I
Make
didn't
a
find shit.
Make a perception check for me.
Can I as well, since I snuck this back into his bag?
That is a nat 20 plus 2.
Ooh,
Okay.
Never mind.
snaps.
You pull it out of your bag, and for the halfest of seconds, there is a wide-eyed look on Dingwish's face that is suppressed. It never makes it to his face, but you see the muscles. Well, may I?
We call that the Pawn Star face.
It would be hard for you to appraise it if I didn't.
Best I can do is $20.
I'm gonna call an expert.
Wow.
$25
That felt
in a
real,
handshake.
man. That felt so real. So he takes a handkerchief out of his pocket and wipes off a bit of the counter, and then folds the handkerchief up and sets the pearl on top of it. Looks at it, walks over to his desk and collects his eyepiece and looks at it. And turns around. Best I can do is 20 gold. I'm kidding. So, you're welcome.
I will take that back now.
I would be honored to trade in this, but I didn't bring enough gold.
Reese spits out coffee if he had. Oh, his tea. He spits out his tea.
So when we make these trips, we come fairly cash poor and attempt to make the cash back as we sell off the wares we bring. It just makes more sense. Pay the workers when we're done because they know we make the gold.
How much in shop credit?
Just what's it worth?
I am much more interested in what it is worth.
This is a very fine specimen, friends. If you were selling it to, say, individuals of a higher social stature, as a showpiece or a jewel for their collection, probably close to 5,000 gold.
Reese
That's
sets his teacup down
That's
and like walks away.
So, we don't actually know what these are made of. This is a Draken pearl, yes?
yes. I harvested it myself.
So usually, if you find a Draken pearl in a Drakekin, it is usually an adult female that has a pearl. But not all of them will, and xenologists don't actually know why some have them and why they don't. But this trophy of a gem is beautiful. So you see these two tones, these silver and purples. Most of them are a solid color. So increasing its value, its prestige. You would find something like this as a centerpiece on a royal table.
As this conversation is going on, Selu has
Y'all rolled that well when you found it.
Selu,
Yeah, we did.
Selu has pulled their book back out, flipped open to the page for Drakekin, where there are a few of the scales, placed into, like pressed into the book, and is like taking down notes, like reiterating colors and things that he's talking about in these details around like this specific item, and like is like just taking in this information.
I don't know that I'm the right. If you want to get on someone's very good side, you could offer it as a gift. You could sell it in part. That even cracked or splintered pieces are still valuable, but I don't know. I'm not the right vendor for this.
That amount of honesty is very much appreciated. I certainly respect you the more for it. Perhaps it will be more suited for my other tea appointment.
I won't lie, there's a few gold markup on the leather armor I just quoted you. Gotta make money. Businessman, after all. But I'm also not a thief. And I am not a liar. Hold that thought. And he goes to one of the crates that's just tossed over and reaches inside and finds a sack that he pulls out and slides the pearl into the sack and then hands you the sack. And it looks like a plain burlap sack, but you look inside and it is heavily padded. Yeah, it's on the house. I don't know. There will be researchers who will pay you thousands of gold for it. Could use it as a gift to someone if you wished. I would tell you, not me. Maybe if you meet Her Majesty of Iona or some such, but not that we would, but you know.
Oh, but I have. Perhaps I will run into her again.
There's a jaw-hung moment. Right. Sir, Missile. Right. But, yeah, I'm not the right vendor for that.
That is a shame. Because otherwise I cannot afford the armor.
For your trust and honesty, I am willing to lay it aside for you, if you wish.
If you would to lay it away, yes, I would be happy to pay for it in time.
Wonderful. Wonderful.
But
He's such a good person.
Can we sit for tea now?
Yes, yes. So, unless there's anything in particular anyone wants to ask, you all sit and enjoy tea for an hour or so. And then the rest of the afternoon or rest of the day, rather, is kind of this open, freeform option.
Yeah, I will help Sandy if we're not
Okay.
doing anything else.
So, Sandy gives you 5 small bags of gold, one for each of you, as payment for retrieving the mushrooms.
As a note, Selu would go with Reese over there, at least initially, to see whether or not Sandy has managed to prepare the henna jagua mixture that I had talked about.
Okay. Answer? No.
Yeah.
But she does give you your own bag.
How much gold was it each?
100 gold each.
Oh.
Holy shit.
She told
That's
you.
that's
collected
actual
about-
verbatim Reese.
Yeah, she told you collected about 500 gold worth of Damphel.
Right.
Extremely valuable, extremely rare. And over the course of the day, she does show you how to prepare it, and it is a day-long process.
Cool.
But you work in bulk rather than like doing a single one. But you, through use of the day, learn how to create healing potions.
Nice.
And the materials required therefore.
Not wanting to interrupt their stuff, and they're doing that for the day, Selu would have taken the rest of the bags back to the party and redistributed them as things go whatever direction they go.
Okay.
When Selu does that, Jubei will look and count and nod. Please excuse me, I have a couple of errands I must do on my own. I will bid the party good day for the moment. I will find you at the inn later.
I'm sure we will be around somewhere, for sure.
And I will leave.
Okay.
At some point before Jubei goes up, probably as soon as we leave Distinguishes, Mist would try to pull Jubei aside. These invitation that I received for tea, do you think this would be the right person to gift the pearl to?
Why would you gift it to her?
Because she will be very upset that I did not bring you, I would assume. More of a plan B, I guess.
So you are getting very good at this guilt. So you're telling me that if I don't go with you to tea with her,
You
you'll
are
be out.
you are assuming it is a woman.
Yeah, sorry. That's on
Oh,
me.
I
I
thought
keep
it said.
saying
Yeah,
no. I keep saying her. That's my bad.
I'm gonna close a window real quick.
he doesn't want his victims getting out.
No one leaves the dungeon.
No, he gets out of here alive. um,
The Jerusalem.
you. So you're telling me you wish to give them this pearl if I do not show up? Are you thinking that this is bad?
I am thinking that the Jerusalem God has never summoned me personally, and they vanished without a trace, and I worry going in light-handed in what the repercussions for not meeting their expectations would be.
I consider you a friend, Mistlethar, from the short time we've known each other, and I will tell you, Drusen of that cast don't have anything good to say to ones of my skin tone.
Are you telling me that you are worried about what you look like and meeting people? And Mist looks down at himself.
No, I'm not worried about people. I'm fine here. To them, I am nothing.
They are different from people?
My experience is yes, most of them, yes. Very few people did not judge me by the color of my scales. First, when they met me. The fact that they know I'm with you says to me that they know what I am. I'm not comfortable with that.
Then I will not press you further to go with me to tea.
The last time I had dinner with a noble and I was invited, it was a trick. And I ended up dueling with someone very close to me.
This,
Shit, Jubei lore drop.
right?
Writing that down in my notes.
These the similarities must bring up unpleasant memories.
I
apologize.
I am very wary of any invites to tea or dinner from nobility.
That is quite understandable. I too turned on.
But if you tell me that you need me, I will think about it.
It is just a mere request for your presence. I'm sure they will understand that you have other things to do. And if not, I have a gift. Maybe. And yeah, kind of wrapping that conversation up as Selu returns.
Sandy, I didn't even realize how much she was talking about. Here, Sandy gave me these for everyone, and hands them out.
For brevity's sake, if you want to go back and buy that armor, you can.
Oh yeah, like going from kind of the somber tone of that conversation and seeing this bag of money suddenly just complete 180 in attitude and bounces right back in. Oh look, I have changed my fortunes.
It wasn't somber. Jubei the entire time had a smile on his snout.
It was somber for minutes.
So, the kind of rest of the day, afternoon, you have options. So we know that Reese is spending the time learning how to craft
He's in potions class.
healing tinctures.
Mr.
Uh,
Potter.
Mist, what are you going to spend your day doing? And if you would like to go ahead and go, then we can do that after we figure out what everybody else is doing.
Go ahead and go. I'm confused. I'm sorry.
To accept your invitation.
Oh yes. Yeah. I feel at this point it's what, mid to late morning.
You got plenty of time.
Yeah. So.
This
honestly,
is your free period, guys.
Yeah. So Mist.
Study hall.
In preparation for his afternoon engagement, would go put on his finery instead of his fine clothes, and pack a little more daintily, still having the dagger on his hip, but not the whole like traveling pack and such, and spend the evening just observing and taking in the fun stuff, the festival.
Okay. Selu.
If no one has anything else specific, I think Selu would like to go visit the gardens on what I believe was the 3rd level.
So there are a couple of gardens. Basically 3 through 5. You've got options. 5 was the like breathtaking gardens for each different kind of biome, and the beautiful step that views down over the valley.
It was the level below the precipice.
Had rich gardens with the inn.
So
sorry, the summit is the top level, right? And then the precipice.
Yes.
So it was the gardens that was at the precipice. Then.
Precipice.
That was
Sure.
where Selu would like to go spend some time.
There are gorgeous fountains and flower arrangements blooming all through the warmth of the soil driven by the geothermal activity in the region. And gorgeous, almost bonsai-styled trees all around it.
Before heading up, they would check back with just to see what Kai was planning on doing for the day, if they had anything in particular they were wanting to do. But if no one else had anything else, they would be headed for the gardens.
I do not want to take away from what you would like to do, but I think it would benefit me to see these bouts that being spoken of to me, to see the customs and what to expect.
I believe the training grounds and the fighting circles were on the way up by the gardens, weren't they?
If you would like to join me, I would like that, but I do not want to keep you from what you want to do.
I see no reason we can't both do what we want to do.
So the larger scattered dueling rings were on the floor, and then there's one on the step, as the step is a smaller area, and then the middle level has a lot of training space with sparring dummies, and that's where the archery competition is, and a large wide open plateau like area, and then it continues up to the precipice, which is a little smaller with a really nice inn and a few nice homes, gardens, and the like, and then the summit being all open with the Colosseum style seating or amphitheater style seating around the stone circle. Several steam vents built into the walls, and the separated biome gardens. And
Yes.
Kai.
Sorry, go ahead.
So you're just going to observe, or do you plan to participate at all?
I was gonna just see kind of what happens. I don't know. I don't know the customs. I don't know if Kai would not outwardly challenge somebody, but if somebody approached him, he might.
Okay. And then Bill, I believe you were
I would
heading on an errand.
be heading down to the floor.
Okay. You are, as you seem to be kind of a little secretive about what you're doing. If you wish to message me, feel free. Otherwise,
No, I can roleplay it. We're all DMs. We know what meta is.
So, starting actually with Selu. Departing your friend Kai and making your way up to the precipice. The gardens are gorgeous. And there's a vibrance of color around you that almost feels new. You know, you've always seen blues and pinks and purples and the flowers, but you swear you can almost see them breathing. You see the color moving in the sunlight.
As they're making their way through the gardens, I think they particularly find themselves drawn more and more toward anything that's near, like, the cliff edge, near open air as well. Like, not just within, like, a garden maze kind of area, right? But, like, anywhere that they can be near the winds as well as whatever botanicals are going on.
Okay. Make a perception check for me.
That is a 15 on the die, which I believe is a total of
400.
not quite, but it is a dirty 20.
Okay. As you're wandering around and looking at some of these, you look off to the side and squatting down in between some of the bushes, bent over as if doing something. You see like muddy, dirty, straw-hewn brown, short crop brown hair and a simple worker's tunic. And then standing up, almost startled by there being another person nearby, you see Vizila. And they spill seeds awkwardly. And you see a handful of little squirrels and chipmunks just dart out of the bush they were squatting in. There's a blushed. I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Almost like reflexively, as that happens and the animals go scurrying off, Selu will be like, no, it's fine, go back to your food. Like speaking to the animals, and that deep green in their eyes flares for just a moment, as they instinctively cast Speak with Animals for the first time, and the creatures would understand that notion.
I will leave it up to you whether you make a persuasion check or an animal handling check.
Which one is better for me? Actually, persuasion is better for me at this point. So that's a 18 on the die for a big old 24.
Okay.
Nice.
A few of the more skittish ones kind of take off. And they don't bother looking back to hear that you were talking. But a small little clutch of chipmunks stops and sits up and looks at you. And then turns and goes back to the pile of nuts and berries and seeds that had been dropped by Vizila. And they and are looking at you curiously, looking. They like you.
Many have these These perhaps a little more. I didn't expect them to actually stop. They're usually so skittish. You have quite a way with animals yourself.
And they're standing there like that, awkward, uncomfortable. Not no malice or anything. It's that like they don't know what to say and they feel uncomfortable about the fact that they were just interrupted in something, but they don't want to be rude, and it's
Right.
like you can
Yeah.
see this cascade of emotions
Right.
on their face.
Been
And
there,
they're-
done that. Oh,
They're like every day, and their cheeks are bright red. I
I didn't mean to interrupt. I came here for a bit of respite myself, so I don't want to interfere.
roll an insight check for me.
Man, dice doing good things for me today. That's a 19 on the die for another 24.
Okay. I have to go. I will. Thank you. And they turn and kind of awkwardly start to leave. And as they do, you swear there is an air of uncomfortable confidence. If that makes sense. Like that introvert in their element,
yes.
but they're really uncomfortable about it
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
kind of thing. Like we all have that friend. Some of us are that friend. There's a sense almost about Vizela that they have a hard time communicating with people.
Mm-hmm.
I must I have to get back to the horses. I'm sorry.
No need to apologize. I've spent as much time around animals as I have others that would normally talk back to me too. You needn't feel a need to rush off or say anything to me at all. I understand.
Pause and a smile, and then that awkward like look away, don't make eye contact, introversion.
Mm-hmm.
And they reach down and pluck a flower, just a small little wildflower that hadn't noticed, and kind of come up on their tiptoes and stick it behind your ear and smile, and then turn and leave.
Have a lovely day. And Sayla will take a minute, pick up some of the seeds and whatnot that were dropped, that any of the squirrels have abandoned, and kind of, if a few skitter back close by, we'll continue to feed them, and we'll make their way over to the cliffside and like dangle their feet off the side and just take in the winds, and like
Beautiful.
feed the animals for the moment and that sort of thing.
Beautiful.
So nice.
Kai,
What?
your friend Selu departs, heading up towards the precipice, leaving you on the midden. And the back of this large open area is like half caved into the cliffside, and it has been smoothed out and worked with columns, and there are feast tables being laid out and prepared, rebuilt, some of them repaired, banners being pulled out of storage and strung up, and there is an air of excitement. There are families running around laughing and dancing, and you can see a half a dozen archers practicing on a row row of targets, and there is a caber, a big log that people are picking up and heaving and
Tossing
you know,
gabers.
there's an atlas stone that people are seeing how far they can carry before it's too heavy. And closest to the cliffside is this large, twice as large as any of the others, packed earth circle with logs laid around it. And there are several sparring dummies set up inside, and there are a few people sparring back and forth, but there is a field of rehearsal and practice and warm-ups going on in front of you.
So I just want to kind of meander through, focus mostly on like the dueling, like the thing that I signed up for, and I'm just looking to pick up, like the culture behind it, like what is expected of me tomorrow, so as not to like offend people, or so I'm doing everything correctly.
Make an insight check. for
Vibe
me.
check.
Yep, vibe check.
I get to roll dice. Okay, that's an 18.
Yep. After watching for 15, 20 minutes, you start to almost see a rhythm to what's going on. There are people in line waiting to have at the sparring dummies. And there's a moment where you realize that everybody's going for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, and then they're rotating out and going back to the back of the line.
Okay.
It's as if it's got a rhythm and like a dance to it that is very familiar. Not necessarily to you, but to them.
Right. This looks practiced.
Yeah.
Like, if there are other tournaments, this may be the same kind of way that things operate at some of those.
So when they're dueling with the dummies, are they using practice blades, or are they using actual weapons?
They're using practice blades.
So does that seem to be something where like that's their own practice blades, or is there like a
with that check? Yes, those that are going at the dummies are using their own gear. So they either have a stick in place of their sword, or some of them have nicer carved implements that resemble weapons that you can kind of figure out. All right, that person fights with an axe. That person fights with a sword. And you start kind of getting the feel for the pace, the rhythm of it. And you see people rotating in and out of a dueling circle, where there's a ring of people, and you watch one person walk up, and the ring makes room for them. And the two inside the center of the circle spar for a little bit, 2 or 3 passes, exchanges, and then they rotate out with somebody else. And after watching it for a little while, you can almost pick out the rivalries. And you can see that everyone is dancing the dance. We may have...
There for just a minute.
Yeah.
Well, we get.
Okay, I'm back.
He's back.
I can see that everyone is, and then I was gone.
Yeah.
You got caught up in the dance.
You can see that everyone is dancing the same dance, but some of them think they're the prima. Like there is a rhythm, a ritual to the day before. And as you're standing there watching, observing, kind of staying towards the outskirts, and you said walking around, so kind of like circling things, a smaller statured individual with a simple gray cloak and hood, back just enough that you can see they have long blonde hair, comes up next to you. I see you are scouting the competition as well.
Not so much the competition, but the routine? I'm not familiar with the type of contest.
Is this your first time at the summit?
It's my first time anywhere.
You're awful big for having been nowhere. And they look up at you, and you see this gorgeous woman's face, and her very simple leather armor looks remarkably similar to what you saw Misselthar purchase earlier in the day in cut and style. And you see their right hand has a glove on it.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And at their
If I
hip,
retained anything that Dingwich was talking about earlier, I would know what that means, but I don't know.
that's fine. And on their left hip is a very light blade, or a light hilt for what you assume is a rapier style weapon.
So
They
you're afraid-
are
Sorry, go ahead.
they are posturing.
Posturing. What is it?
Look at this one. She points towards a gentleman standing with off to the side of the dueling circle, just standing there. Carved longsword, wooden longsword point to the ground, and a simple wooden shield next to it, a round shield next to it, just watching. And you can watch his head start to track, and you see his head is tracking one of the opponents. He is here to learn. But look at that one. And there's another larger man with a massive bladed axe buried in the ground. A real weapon buried in the ground. And he's standing there, arms crossed, looking out. That man there. What is his name? That man there has been telling everyone his name's Aethelric.
That doesn't ring any bells to Kai.
Nope.
Nope.
And he wants everyone to know he's here.
He preens like a horse.
He does. Like a mare in heat. And then there's that one over there. And she points to a younger man with a spear and shield, who is talking to an old man. And the old man has this, old grizzled veteran look to him, eye patch, big scar. And he's looking up at him and nodding at everything the old man is saying. The old man gestures back out, and the kid goes running back out and runs through a series of moves, and then runs back and starts talking to the old man. And there's a boy who doesn't believe in himself.
And what of you?
I don't know. Nothing to prove, but everything to lose.
Sounds like this competition means quite a bit to you.
Some of these will go home richer or poorer, but some of us won't eat.
I see.
Some of us weren't pretty enough to be wives.
Is she speaking about herself?
And she's gorgeous.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Oh, you mean Aethel? Sorry, what was his name?
Aethoric.
Oh, you mean
Aethelric.
Aethelric? Yes, he is very
No,
ugly.
He is. You're. She looks down at your hands. So I take it you are Black Hands.
What gave it away?
The shoes.
Ah, be more discreet next time. And you are, what can I call you?
Aka.
You honor me with your name.
I don't really know what that means, but thank you.
It is part of my culture. Names are valuable. Names are sacred. You give them so freely here. It is strange to me. I am still learning.
Have a good day, Black Hands.
You as well. I hope. I wish you luck tomorrow.
I'll
Ega.
see you at the top.
Ooh.
I hope so.
And she turns and makes her way back out through the crowd that you realize has gathered behind you. Not necessarily looking at you, but as the day has grown on, you realize that there are literally picnics set up with people watching. There are families gathered watching people spar and practice. It is quite the thing, and having not been around a lot of large, busy cultures, no less vibrant or rich, but this packed with people, like you can see that this is a big deal to these people, and they are from all walks of life, and different cuts and styles of clothing, and there are some half elves and a gnome and some dwarves and humans, and off in the distance you actually see one of the earlier described Drusen guard. Imagine a dragonborn in full samurai regalia, where all of their scales are covered by mail. You cannot see the dragonborn beneath. You just see that they, with the snout shape and the tail shape, you can recognize what they are. You see one of them watching as well, in full this cobalt blue armor. But the day goes on similarly.
Cool. So I would take a few turns on the dummies just with my quarterstaff probably, and if no one like outwardly challenges me, I'm just happy to watch and kind of pick up what I can.
Okay. No outward challenges.
I haven't offended anybody
No,
by,
not yet.
by like
Skull-
watching them.
No skull cracking yet.
Yeah.
You need to throw some gloves.
You don't have to wear gloves.
Jubei. So you traveling your way down through the switchbacks, past several of the rickshaws and palanquins. Got it
Penguin.
right. Leading up the way and find yourself on the floor. You see a similar sight amongst the dueling circle, but down here are people that don't look like they come from money. Like there's a very clear difference in the gear, the cleanliness, the attitudes. Down here, everything's far more friendly. There are folks bringing beers out to each other and laughing and cutting up and making wagers.
As I'm coming down, if I pass by, like anybody that's having a rough go, like fighting, I'll point out and be like, "Oh, you favor your left leg." He's seeing that, and just keep walking.
There's a moment where this kind of middle-aged, shaggy blonde-headed man looks at you and goes, "What?" and gets cracked in the back. Hey!
First off, I'm trying to find that. I believe it says a warehouse that handles mail deliveries. Down here.
Yes. You are looking for Schemas Wares and Whispering Goods, the general store.
On my way there, since this is a festival, is there a pastry shop set up?
Make a perception check for me.
He's got to make us hungry every session, guys.
Funnel
Yeah.
cake.
8 rolled a 15 on the die plus 3.
So much funnel
Nice.
cake.
So many funnel cakes. You see
I'm
several.
I'm looking for dry cookies.
Okay. You see several folks selling. There's meat on a stick and more generic, less fried goods. There's a person grilling ears of corn. You're not sure where they got ears of corn, but it's clearly shipped in. And folks giving out skewers of cooked mushrooms and potatoes, things. And eventually, you do actually find a baker. Your nose leads the way. And there's a huge kiln-style oven built into the side of this small house. And the smell of fresh baked bread rolls out, and you're able to procure some simple dried cookies fairly easily.
Something that would survive a long travel.
Okay. Throw a copper piece at it.
And then I go to the wares.
Okay. Entering Schemas Wares and Whispering Goods, it looks like a large barn from the outside, and coming in, the barn doors open. You're immediately met by a small counter that blocks off the rest of it, and you can see things stacked up in warehouse fashion behind the counter. And behind is a gentleman with where are we at here? Brown hair, very nondescript Johnny Everyman kind of appearance and vibe to him. Simple beard, but just short cropped. Hey, how can I help you?
Yes, I've been directed here by several people. You make deliveries to other regions, correct?
No, the parcel service. Yeah, there should be a rider leaving tomorrow, I think.
Do you make way up to Drusen?
No, nobody here does. But there's ships from Iona that go that way, so we can get your parcel to Iona, and somebody there can get it on.
Yes, I believe I would like to send a package with instructions to go to. There is a valley east in Drusen of very small, cloaked in mist most of the time. There, it's run by a simple noble house. Do you may know the valley I'm talking about?
I gotta admit, I don't know much about the geography outside of the area.
I'll write directions on the package.
Perfect. Actually, if you don't mind writing them twice, That way they're on the package, and then there's also an instruction slip. We tend to give the instruction slip to the rider so we can put them all in his book, make sure he doesn't miss anything.
If I tell you I struggle with the common language, can you write it for me?
Absolutely. Yeah, and he
Um,
grabs a quill and takes your instructions for you.
And I lay the cookies down, and I pull out the wad of folded papers ripped from my journal and lay them on top. Uh, this I would like this bound and packaged together and sent to Drusen by way of the Misty Valley east. Delivered to the
See.
delivered to the noble's house itself, and on it in care of Jubei. They will understand.
Absolutely. In care of Jubei. Any one in particular, or just to the house?
She will know they're for her.
Okay. Let's see about that size. That'll do. And he goes and grabs a simple oiled bit of buckskin and begins wrapping everything up. A bit of paper for the cookies, and then oiled buckskin to wrap everything else up, and twines it and sticks one copy of the instructions inside and takes the other copy of the instructions and sticks it in a big like wooden folder that he's got off to the side, bound with twine at the base of it.
It's no rush to get there, but I would like for them to get there before the cookies spoil.
Well, if not, we'll certainly smell it, won't we? That was a joke. It was a bad one. Right.
I can respect it, even though I did not laugh.
Right. So 3 silver, please.
I will give you a gold. We have been very helpful.
Thank you very kindly. I'll pass some of the change along to the rider. He'll appreciate it. He's got kids on the way. And takes it off to the side.
And also for that gold piece, can you give me directions? Where is the best weaponsmith in town?
He's not usually a weaponsmith, but he used to work for.
With the festival, I'm sure there's smiths here.
Yeah. I was honestly thinking about Mikhail. Mikhail's our smith here in town. He lives here year round. But he used to live up in Losthren, working for one of the lords up there. So he should be more familiar, I think, with blades. You said weapons. Than
If I trust your opinion that he would be better than anyone here in the festival, I will go.
If I was gonna get a knife or something, I'd go to him first before anybody. So yeah, Mikhail's. It's not so much of a shop. I mean, he works out of his house, but he gives you directions.
Okay, I will head that way.
Okay. Following the instructions, very, very easy to find. There is a small house literally built into the side of the cliff right on the edge of the village. Not outside of the village like Edwin's house was, but it looks like he used the stone wall of the cliff to be the back wall of his forge to make constructing it easier. And there is a simple forge and bellows set up underneath an awning next to a very small, meager house. And you see a whole bunch of horseshoes up on rings and some simple tools. Nothing fancy. And
do I hear the sound of the hammer?
Oh yeah, at the forge is a old human male. Looks like he's seen better days. He is missing his left leg from the knee down, and is standing on a metal post peg that is wrapped around his leg with leather straps, but still yoked as can be from the waist up. Going to town on what looks like it will be a larger piece of some sort.
As I walk up, typical greeting. Hello, senior.
Hello. Come on in. Grab a seat. Oh, better yet, hand me that glass. There's a big old glass of water nearby.
Better for him. I
He
do
drinks half
apologize.
of it and then tosses the other half on the large piece he's working on, and its steam rises.
I do apologize for interrupting your work, but I was directed here by your wares goods shipping manager that said you would.
No, Christoph. Yeah.
If I was to look for weapons, this is where I would come, kind of eyeing the horseshoes.
It's been a while since I've cranked a lot of those out, but yeah.
I was looking more along the lines of something that's already made because I believe my friend would need it tomorrow.
What are you looking for?
I have something in mind. Yes. I don't know how familiar you are with my kind and where we come from, but there is nomadic peoples in the north, cavalrymen, horseback riders. They typically carry curved weapons made to be swung on horseback. Very powerful killing implements, made for a mounted rider. Do you know what I mean?
I do. I don't. I don't have anything made like that. How big of a blade are you talking?
Something the gentleman could use with a shield. He's gonna be in the lists, and he'll be fighting many different fighters, and he'll need something to carry with his shield. Something that can be worn on the back pretty easily and pulled.
Okay.
He typically likes to fight with two hands, so maybe something that he could also alternate.
And you see, as you're chatting with Mikhail, there's almost like this Tetris being played in his head.
The problem is that he would need this weapon pretty quickly. I don't know if we have time for something to be made.
Nothing a masterpiece by any means. It's kind of exciting. It's been a while since I've been able to put a hand to something like that. Since the heavens fell, if you know what I mean. Yeah. Said by tomorrow?
If it helps you along, I'm not very skilled, but I do know how watching swords made where I come from, I do know how bellows work.
You beat me to it. I'll tell you what, you help me. Between the two of us, I've heard rumor, and I don't know that this is true, but I've heard rumor that people like you can breathe really hot fire.
I use it for cooking sometimes, but yes.
That is different. I'll tell you what. I'm actually kind of excited about this idea. Do you have the coin? to pay for something.
How much?
Probably 75, 80 gold worth of materials.
Yeah, I get that. And as he says that, I'm taking the sword off. That's mine, and laying it very respectfully to the side, and taking off my armor and undoing the top of the kimono and tying it around my waist.
Derek, you were muted there, by the way. Just FYI.
I know, it's fine. I was just like, how much gold does this dude have? What the
He was just handed 100.
Sugar-
So
Yeah.
He's a sugar daddy.
But
Let's. If you, what is your name? I'm Mikhail.
I
I'm
didn't even know
sorry.
his name.
I kneel or bow. Very disrespectful to me. I am Jubei Sojin.
Jubei, it's nice to meet you. I'm Mikhail Ellick, formerly Forge Master of Lothern. It's been a long time since I've got to
I
do
do.
anything crazy like this. I'm actually kind of excited.
There's one requirement, though. Where I come from, what gave me the idea is that a warrior's sword must be personal to him. The handle of this blade, do you have a pale, light brown deer hide?
I don't, but we can get some.
And
I know the
reach into
tannery's got.
reach into my pouch and pull out the yarn of the horsehair. And I would like to do an embroidery on the handle. This belongs to his horse. He is a cavalry rider.
Okay, I don't know nothing about that, but there's a tannery just down the road to the left, and for ease of conversation, he agrees to try.
Okay.
If you are willing to help.
Yeah, I'll spend the rest of my day doing this. I don't have to eat pheasant for 2 days. I'm fine.
Yeah. He calls his son, who is getting older himself, out. Gives him the horsehair and the instructions and some of the gold that you provide. And he goes down the road a little bit and then eventually comes back and helps as well. And through the course of the rest of the day and into the evening, you all work at this. Jubei, if you don't mind, considering the skills you have, which one would you like to add as a role to this challenge?
Athletics, of course.
Do it.
Because I'm not going to be able to persuade or intimidate the metal into what I want.
You
I
do
mean,
it now!
I mean, you did
That
take
fire
your kimono
breath is
down.
Yeah, you did take your kimono down. I'm charmed.
So, yeah, I mean, that's the highest skill I got. It has to be athletics.
All right, let's hear it. What's your roll?
So, I'm using my athletics to make sure I keep the and my breath weapon
Okay,
that
roll
I
with
can only
advantage.
use. Yeah. To keep the fire as hot as possible for him. The pulse
Okay.
metal.
So go ahead and roll with advantage because you are using your breath weapon as well to contribute.
Then that would be a natural 20 plus 4.
Ooh,
Nice.
yes, 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 yes.
I got a pair of rolls coming out, one for
Yes.
him and one for his son helping.
I rolled a 20 and a 2.
If you had rolled bad, I was throwing my inspiration point to you to use for
Oh,
this. Like,
Right, I got an inspiration point.
All right.
man, I
All
love
right.
everything about this.
So that's what
Thank you.
Jubei's doing. So last but certainly not least, Mist. The party has kind of broken up a little before lunchtime. You have the day to yourself. There is this lingering invitation for tea. There was no set time on it. What do you spend your day doing?
I'd spend the go back to the room, change into my finery, put on my new leather armor on top of things, and be this kind of eclectic mash of high Ionan fashion with the sister city outerwear, and then kind of with dagger on hip, more for show than anything else, and then coin purse and pearl purse tucked inside my clothes. I'm going to explore my way up the different layers until I get to the Cashland home. The only thing in particular that would really catch my eye outside of just enjoying the sights and sounds and all such things would be any hint of moon sun pendants or jewelry or anything like that.
Okay. Roll a perception check for me.
16 plus 2, 18.
18. Okay. You actually do not see anything. No moon-selling steel evident. You do, however, see kind of the basics of what both Kai and Selu saw as far as the atmosphere of what's going on around them. As you ascend to the precipice, you can see that the more gentried and wealthy individuals tend to kind of keep towards the upper levels. They will probably descend when it comes to attending tournaments and whatnot, but the Cashland home seems to be this almost self-contained world as you get there. And as you do, actually, you notice almost immediately, standing in the shadow of one of the trees, one of the brain fart, because it's been a couple of weeks.
Ironwood?
Yes, the Ironwood. Standing in the shadow of one of the Ironwood trees is one of those warriors, one of the Drusen Guard, keeping an eye out, kind of generally. The muzzle of the armor kind of slowly pans back and forth.
It would appear I'm in the right place at least. Is there a doorman at the Cashland home? I know it's a pretty extravagant place.
There is. There is a gentleman there at the closed door in a very, very fancy brocaded doublet. May I help you, sir?
Yes, I have an appointment for tea, and I will pull out the letter with the seal and unfold it enough to show the name on it.
Just a moment. I will inform his lordship you have arrived. Please wait here. And he gestures inside the door, and there is a little waiting alcove. And without looking back at you, the doorman moves on. You did, however, notice that the doorman, weighed and measured you as you came in and paused at your horns with your perception check.
The friend at horns naturally get glances.
You wait for a moment. This kind of pregnant pause in your life as the jarring juxtaposition of your experience in and around nobility kind of interposes itself back on your rambling, traveling life. And after a moment passes, there's a pair of footsteps approaching. And the gentleman from the door approaches, as well as a black-scaled dragonborn in full armor, with the exception of his helm, which is tucked under his arm.
As soon as I hear the footsteps, I will stand up and prepare to greet them. some anxiety leading me to preemptively act.
There is a short and very, like, not taking my eyes off of you because I'm a guard kind of person. As he bends forward. Sir Mistlethar again.
And I'll reciprocate the bow. Are you Dusilin Zarban Lokal Senzu?
He holds up a hand. You may call me Ekla. Jun Ekla.
It is a pleasure to be invited to such a prestigious place with such prestigious company, Jean Ekla.
Follow me.
We follow him.
Heading towards a set of stairs in the center of the Cashlin home. And as you kind of come into the Cashlin home proper, it is beautiful. There are plushly appointed lounges and couches off to the side. There is a series of very ornate and beautifully carved tables with chairs around them. And there's a family in one of them with older children sharing a meal. And the smell is to die for.
Mhm.
And the silks draped down and posing themselves on either side of the windows radiate with the sunlight as if they were laid just right to shed even more color into the space.
In comparison to Lord Chancellor Errol's manor or estate, is this more exquisite? Is this similar?
This
Have
is
I,
the
have I
ski.
ever been in a place this posh?
This is the ski resort he would go to, but it's not as good as his home.
Okay.
Fair.
Yes.
Slumming it.
So as you come up to the third floor, there is one more Drusen guard at the top, fully armed and armored, helmet on. And again, there's so much scale covered that you can't tell the coloration of their particular scale pattern. And as you pass by this additional guard, he holds a hand out to you. I must check you.
Yes. The dagger is a ornament of station.
Your-
More so than anything.
Your court dagger is acceptable. If the Drusillan was threatened by a dagger, I would have lost my head already.
Well, I did not plan for anyone to lose anything while I am here.
And the one speaking, the fully armored one, lets you pass. They do open the bag and close it back and hand it back to you. Continuing down a little bit of a hallway, Jun Ekla slows and says, when you enter, speak after spoken to. Bow and do not look until you are offered.
The information is Much appreciated. I'm familiar with such customs.
Very. He comes to a gorgeously appointed ironwood door at the end of the inn. And there were 2 other rooms on this floor, but 2 other doors, but otherwise this single ironwood door is the only one. And the door opens at his hand, and he walks in ahead of you and bows at the waist. Full on bows at the waist.
I will be imitating him to the best of my ability.
Okay. So stepping into the side and bowing. You hear a soft and older voice reply, "My thanks, Ekla." And Jin Ekla bows just a little bit further and raises up and turns and leaves, and you hear the door click shut behind you.
I remain bowed, staring at the ground, and not speaking until spoken to.
Please, Sir Misselthar, stand. Welcome.
It is an utmost pleasure to be in your company. Thank you for the invitation.
And as you raise up, you see several things in front of you. In front of you is a small table, about kneeling height, and a single cushion on your side of the table, and 2 cups of tea, and a kettle that is already steaming. Or 2 cups for tea and a kettle that is already steaming. Additionally, on the left-hand side of the room, in front of a gorgeously appointed window, closed, is an armor stand with an equally gorgeous suit of armor, ornately scrolled in gold on top of all of the other ornamentation you see the other soldiers with. And in front of it is a sword rack with 3 swords. A sword very similar to one you have seen Jubei carry, a shorter, more short sword sized court blade, and then a dagger. Gorgeously scrolled in gold, and this rich red wood you can't really place. And in front of a closed door in front of you, wearing a long silk and linen kimono embroidered with swirling dragons and wind, waves, and sky, with a bit of almost like a half cloak draped over him in Ionan fashion, of a court-appointed noble, or a someone of deep station and honor. You rise to see golden scales creep up the side, covering half of the face of a red-scaled dragonborn. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session.
Interesting.
Okay.
Man.
Oh,
Okay.
man.
Woo!
Do.
Yep.
The look
Oh,
on Bill's
man.
face. You had this wide-eyed look, like, oh.
Oh, I was looking over here. I was like, I'm not there.
Oh, man.
Oh, whoa.
Man. So much cool stuff.
Woo.
So much cool stuff.
Who would like to lead us off on accolades for this week?
Are we
Roll
rolling off?
No, actually, I think I'll just keep going how I've been doing it, and we'll go alphabetically, just kind of down. So, Bill, if you don't mind leading us off.
Then I'm always first.
Fine, we'll go backwards. Sean, you lead us off.
Absolutely. It would be my pleasure to be invited to such a noble household. Honestly, mine goes to Bill and Jubei this evening. Jubei's lore dumps were super appropriate and just really thematically intriguing. The stories that he was telling related to both his own experiences and then more of parable or fable type stories. For feeding the dragons, his willingness to open up about his backstory and kind of individual conversation with different characters was wonderful. I think Jubei grew significantly as a character this evening, at least in my perspective.
Well, thank you.
Yeah.
Awesome. Patrick.
This is really hard to choose. There's a lot of good moments. I'm gonna give mine to Kai for the interaction at the training grounds and like seeing a very, very capable fighter just talking to someone about like how silly these like people are posturing, and it reminded me of like the Shardblade people in like Stormlight. Like it's a bunch of nonsense. It was great.
Thank you, sir.
Awesome.
I like
Jacob,
that too.
that's a good reference.
Mine is a super small moment at the very beginning of tonight. I'm going to give mine to Sean for Mist. The moment with the mage hand as you were waking up, how like parental your connections to everything you've had going on have been, and like that moment of almost more like a motherly moment by comparison to how you have constantly referred to your father with the moon. It was a super neat moment of growth there. It was very small, very quick, and we we went, but like it was poignant. I really, really liked that.
Thank you.
Mine goes to Bill and Jubei as well. I loved the interaction I had directly with Jubei with you sharing the parables. That was super cool. I loved like the relationship that's developing between our two characters, and I love the stuff going on behind the scenes too. Like Derek, I am very touched by it, and I'm sure Kai will be. So, really looking forward to that moment.
Cool, thank you. Man, trying to decide. Honestly, I've really liked Selu's interactions with the being obsessed with the spiral for one. The interactions with the fox, I can see Jacob really trying to play Selu as kind of the serious character that just breaks every now and again and just into these childish moments that I really enjoy. So that's what mine goes to.
Thanks. There's a lot of that to Selu for sure.
As I always do, I'm going to go down the row here because so much good stuff tonight. Bill, I have written here, feed the right dragon. I love the way you fed that into the story tonight.
I can't take responsibility for that. It's an old parable about wolves, but
Yes. But the way you have created this rich lore for your character based on a piece of story inspiration that you pulled from the real world, and the way you delivered that today, that was the very first thing I wrote down. Kai, your everything. I want to sign up for the right reasons. Should I sign up? I need to check with my friends to make sure I'm doing the right. That whole interaction with Jubei was magical, and then your interaction with Aka was just amazing, and I loved it. It was.
I really enjoyed role playing that with you. That was great.
Jacob with Selu, the return to the role caught me off guard. And I was like, I'm not doing this justice as a GM, but I got so many other balls in the air right now.
That like honestly going back to that is literally like, oh hey look, people are doing other things that are probably more important. Salu's dancing around a spiral because here we are again, gonna do it again. But like,
go ahead.
No, I'm not meaning to cut you off.
The thing I want to give you major props for tonight was the vulnerable moment in the inn, where there was a moment where you were not the first one awake, and that revealed a lot of details about Selu in that process that I thought were so incredibly beautifully delivered, and in such a really cool, respectful way as well. That I just thought was so cool, and I know the type of person you're trying to portray, and the research and effort you're putting into that, I think is really paying off, and it's beautiful.
Thanks, I really appreciate
that. Patrick, the little quips back and forth with the familiar, like, you're not good at flying yet, I guess. Like that feeling of fish out of water moment with you. I think I got a good fish out of water moment from everybody tonight. But that, like, this is really cool, Mom, can I keep it? Kind of. I struggle with feeling like I give you enough room there to explore that and to play it how you want to. But what you did tonight with that interaction and that budding relationship with your new familiar was absolutely incredible, and I loved it.
Thank you.
And we had a request for what the familiar was in chat, and that is now confirmed, published onto D&D Beyond. It is a custom creature for our world. And we'll post a link later if I can persuade Bill or Jacob to use the Twitter for me. The Twitter.
I was planning on making some rounds on some things here tonight after we wrapped up, so I'm happy to find the link and send it out tonight.
Awesome.
For sure.
Sean, bro, like, hitting you with the invitation at the beginning, I feel like there was this moment where Mist was like excited and catching his stride, and then your feet got yanked out from underneath you, just ever so briefly, and then the way you stood back and tried to reevaluate that, like, what am I not seeing with your interactions with Jubei?
Jubei ain't falling for that shit again.
At least the way it was delivered, it's like you're trying to understand what that invitation means and some of the implications for other characters while still being respectful to your own background. It was just so well done, man. And I'm so glad I baited you into a rap battle. Instead of dropping you into it tonight, I decided to give you a warning for it for later.
You don't work in mom's spaghetti somewhere.
Oh my gosh.
I love it. I love it. I have a list of them, so, because I'm not that clever.
Are we working? Is it strictly exchanging couplets?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it can be paired or alternating rhymes, but
Ooh, okay.
like rhyme, 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 or rhyme off, or we can chat about it.
Okay.
But I think everybody did such a great job tonight. And I know if you have an inspiration point, please raise your hand, because I think most of you do right now.
Let me look on D&D Beyond. I'm pretty sure
I do not.
All right. So
I've spent it every time you've given it to me.
you
I
have.
do. I have
think-
one as well.
I think most people are banking them.
I
only rolled the
I
dice
haven't
once
I haven't
tonight.
intentionally. I didn't roll below a 17 tonight.
Yeah.
The few times I rolled were all really good.
Honestly, with these social interactions of being at the festival, we haven't had that many.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh,
there
I mean-
there haven't been a ton of need.
I mean, with one of us gaining an inspiration point a game, it's
So in that
it's
case,
gonna make us roll more.
I'm making y'all roll plenty. You're just doing well. Patrick,
Yes.
go ahead. I would like to award you and your Moonfox an inspiration point for
I give it to
the
her.
beautiful, beautiful interactions today.
And what was the name that you decided on? Lux?
Lux.
Rug.
Yeah.
Right.
Scarf.
Colloquially, her. Yeah.
And Jubei will forever call her Rug.
I mean, Dinguish doesn't like animals. He thinks they make great hats. Hey, somebody can
Well-
be nice and also have bad taste. It's fine.
I did have a note that I wanted to mention about Gabe. Your world building. You had dedicated time and thought to how the postal service worked. You had dedicated time to how duels worked in certain areas. It was so cool to like see things being fleshed out today.
Yeah, for
Thank
sure.
Thank you.
The
Minutia.
the connections and the small details on things were impressive.
Thanks.
I enjoy it.
My world building walks the line between hard world building and soft. Like, I've got just enough detail to feel like I can like ad lib and pull from other things.
Heck
But
yeah.
like getting to talk about the dueling system in Fordale and the Sisters was like one of those moments that I've been waiting for.
I can't wait for like actual duels now.
Also, Selu is terrified to go there and fuck up so many cultural like
So much terror.
proprieties. Gosh.
When you were describing all the stuff with Mist and the pomp and circumstance and the don't look to everything, I was writing in my notes. I'm like, yeah, Jubei's so happy he's not dealing with that shit.
And then Homeboy's got red scales. What?
Oh boy.
I actually wrote in there. I'm like, bet it's a red scale dragonborn.
You didn't know till I started describing it.
I know. I guessed at it. I'm like, I bet.
So,
Bet.
lots of interesting stuff tonight, guys. Thank
So many
you
things.
so much. I got some beautiful world building compliments from the Shagmeister in chat. Thank you very kindly.
And thank you everybody that has joined us. That's a new viewer this time. Lots of people stuck around with us from the raid here at the beginning of this. So thanks so much for coming around and following and all that. You can find all of our socials down below around our about section, our YouTube, Twitter, etc. We'll be sure and put out any links that we talked about here earlier in the Twitter here just in a little bit tonight.
And we will be back Monday night with an off-schedule episode of Breakfast/Dinner, Brinner and Dragons.
Brenner and Dragons.
And then back Tuesday night for the next episode of this game. Very excited to see what unfolds.
Yeah.
Yeah, got a 4 or 5 day festival to figure out how we're doing it.
Hype.
So thank you very much, everybody, for tuning in. Thank you guys for playing in my crazy little world, and we will see y'all next time.
And since we still have a few people around, if you stick with us for a few minutes, I'll find a channel for us to raid and share the love on to whoever else is still out there doing good stuff.
Oh, Shagmeister! Shagmeister was there during. I think he's the one that won all those maps during the charity event.
Yeah. This is one of my previous
that?
students actually.
Oh, is
Yeah.
it? Yeah.
Right on.
Nice.
Welcome. Welcome
Yeah.
back.
Glad you're still hanging out with us. Very
Yeah,
cool.
I shot him a message earlier before we started. I was like, "Hey, we're streaming tonight," so glad he showed up.
Nice. Very
Tune in,
cool.
or I'll tell you.
No, he's not. He's not my student anymore.
That's fair.
Bro,
He's snitching. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in, man. And anybody else hanging out in there or folks watching later, thank you so much. And we're going to go spread the love and raid somebody else.
Yeah.
So have a great night.
Have a great night, everybody.
Night.